8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show. What? What'd I do now? Rick and Bubba Show, what's up? We are here, ready to go for another day. Other two just doing their own little show off air, but we'll join them. We'll figure out what they're doing. 866 We Be Big, the number. Adler is here, fired up, ready to go. I am Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, and we thank you for being with us. We have another birthday within the Staff's family, so we'll celebrate that today and mention that. Will and me could spend it any time. We're going to recap the weekends. Hopefully you saw Rick and Bubba University podcast with Alabama Secretary of State John Merrill. That was pretty eye-opening and informative when it comes to voting and the election and the process behind it. So hopefully if you have not watched or listened to that, you'll do so. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, happens every single week. All right, well, let's bring them in. Over to my right, it is Mr. Greg Burgess and Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey. New week. I am fired up. Let's
ready
get
to go?
Let's get
All right,
it.
so bring us in. What's your all-fair show doing?
We're making fun. We got a name wrong.
I got a name wrong, and you went along with it. You knew the right name.
Jason,
but
yeah.
you never even.
What'd you say?
I said Justin.
Oh, see, I didn't catch that.
Oh, see, I thought you caught it and just went was like, I'm not going to correct him.
No.
It's funny.
All right, so
Anyway,
hey,
sorry
Adler.
about that, audience.
What's
Sorry
up,
about
Adler?
We get carried away.
He is Adler's fired. Look, he's doing a dance. He's so excited
He is.
today.
He
He
is.
is fired
Yeah, it
up.
looks like it. Look, he's ready to roll.
He is. All right, so let's look. You or something else today. You know that?
What did I do?
Yeah, that's good. He's ready to roll.
I'd like to see a little more energy out of you.
Give me a minute.
Huh?
Give me a minute.
Just
You've been
say
up longer than any of us.
Yeah,
I
get,
have.
ramp it up.
Ramp it
Your
up.
energy ought to be a little more.
It's Monday.
I got up like 10 minutes ago.
Monday.
He's been up so long though, he's getting tired again. You ever done that?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, wow,
Yes.
I've gotten up too early. I met another person this past weekend that says, man, as I've gotten older, I can't sleep. And he says,
Really?
I'll wake up at 3 and I'll just go ahead and get up.
No, not me.
And I'm like, I don't see how that happens. I mean, now again, I'm not him, but I'm like, do you not get tired
How
again?
old is he?
Yeah, I can't sleep. I mean, everybody, every now and then,
Does he take a nap?
Right.
Does
we'll
he
have
take a
big
nap?
eye, but this, I got to get up at 3 every morning from
Yeah.
why?
Or the second my eyes open, I can't go back to sleep, and I just go ahead and get up. And I'm like, I'm not that boy. I'll
at
look
that
over.
time of day.
Hey, I'll snooze for 8 more minutes if I can.
I don't think
You
I've
know?
ever remembered that I've woke up that early and thought, man, I'm up, I can't go back to sleep. Never in my entire life.
I'm like, well, what do you do?
It's always
know?
try. I did that. I mean, I got up. I woke up this morning at 2:00, and I knew I was going to be a struggle to go back to sleep. But I did. And I had to work hard to do
Is
it.
this a tinkle at 2?
It was.
All right. What did you think about? What were you thinking about?
I thought about the fact that I hadn't laid out my clothes. I didn't know what I was going to wear. And,
you was thinking about?
and I also thought about a meeting that I have today at 10:30 that I forgot about.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you were already thinking about
So
it.
I was thinking, and then I really wrestled like for 30 minutes to go back to sleep, and I finally did. But I'm gonna tell you, it was a tough wrestle.
Yeah.
Like there was moments where if I'd have been this guy, I'd just gave up and got up, but
Yeah.
I didn't. Man, I kept fighting it, and I finally won. but it was a long
Just in time for the
battle.
clock
Yeah.
off.
Goodness, long battle.
I guess it was Saturday night. I felt like I didn't sleep good, and this is where you ready for this? I'm gonna talk to you, okay?
So he's not even here right now.
Right.
I'm listening.
No, it's not that. It's that you're gonna make fun of me before I can finish. Hey, you wear a watch.
I'm
So
not sleeping and watching you.
I felt like I was like, man, there's no way, because I don't know. I just felt like all night long, I don't know. I was waking up or something. Anyway, I look at my watch and I got like great sleep, great deep sleep or whatever. So it's like, okay,
Yeah.
my watch is telling me
How do you sleep with that on?
with that. I said, here we go. That's what I was
You
talking
couldn't
to
even
you.
finish.
It's crazy.
I forget I have
It'd
it
be
on.
like sleeping with a shoe on.
Sleeping with the
Yeah.
shoe on.
I
You
got
went
just
to that.
one shoe.
I just forget it's on, to be honest
There's
with you.
no way.
I do. I forget it's on. And there's a sleep app
Caught up the cover.
called Auto Sleep, and it'll break down. See, like this is how much sleep I got last night. I got 6:30 last night is what I got. But Saturday night into Sunday, I got good sleep,
don't even
but
know
I
if
didn't
that's
think I
real.
slept good. Huh?
You don't even know if that's
Well,
real.
Who are you, Terry?
I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah, and then now she's got one, and where'd you sleep? I'll tell you. I said, you're the same
now
person
she's
who was
sleeping
making
in a
fun of.
watch.
Yeah, now we're both in there sleeping with watches on.
Goodness, I was clank, clank. Get it hung
Well,
up.
we're not sword fighting with our
I'm
arms.
saying, you know, when you flip over at night.
What do you think we're like?
If you flip over every now and then when you sleep, toss and turn.
So, how's everybody's weekend? Y'all good?
You sleeping in a hat now?
We got hat and shoes on now. Is that what we're doing? Say, hey, Zip Up, how was your day? You got a little sun.
I did.
Yeah.
And it started Friday. It started off a little.
Greg, zip yours up a little bit more if you want to be like him.
Okay.
There we go. Get it on in there.
Friday didn't start off
don't
too
pinch
well.
your neck.
I got frustrated. Probably handled the situation. It wasn't too good.
Oh, really?
Well, I just got frustrated at one of my kids. You know, the reason I have son is because we were at a tennis tournament all weekend, but with only one kid, because the other kid looks to have broke their left toe in PE on Friday. Hey, thank you, middle school, for that.
Man.
And it was soccer, of all things. Rick's
You're
been trying to warn us.
kidding me.
I was so mad because you'd think,
Oh, man.
and I know, look, I'm probably going to get in trouble here, but you would think with these kids that spend 10, 12, 15 hours on a tennis court, do you really need PE? Do you really need them in there kicking soccer balls?
Not really.
I mean, can you have them do something else for an hour?
Right.
It seems like every time she gets hurt, it's about once a year, it happens in the dang PE. So
PE, it leads to a lot of injuries.
goodness gracious. It was so frustrating. Of course, hey, these tennis tournaments are not good at refunding you. They don't like to refund you after a certain day, so that was out. So we tried to make a game time decision. She could hardly walk. It was Caroline, by the way. And I said, I was very frustrated when she told me, and I probably handled that the wrong way because it seems like this happens all the time with
You're
her.
like, not again.
I'm like, hey, I'm about to homeschool you, okay? If you can't
here he
stay,
goes.
if you
He's
can't,
Hey, we're back to
if you
that.
can't, hey, if you can't go to PE and not be injured every couple months, then we're going to do something different.
So she was just kicking a ball and kicked it weird?
She went to kick it. Somebody else was kicking it.
Oh, they
Boom.
Jam it into each other, and then
Done
she's
now.
hop along. For
How about,
the,
and
for,
there's not a lot you can do about a broke toe.
No. That's what she goes, do you think it's broke? And I said, well, I'm going to be honest with you. It's either broke or deep because it was swollen and purple.
Good
and
old jam dot
she
job.
couldn't put weight on it. And I just told her, I said, look, it's probably broke or you got a deep bone bruise, bad jam. And I said, it's just going to take time to heal it. And so anyway, so her weekend was pretty much ruined because she couldn't do anything.
Hop along
And
now. Greg, you could really coach her on like a bad toe because you claim your toe hurts all the time.
All the time. It's just part of my life.
yeah. Well,
It's in that knuckle.
I told her Friday night.
yeah.
She goes, "What should I do?" And I said,
And
"Well,
then I do about it.
here's what I'm going to tell you to do. I think I'm going to send the tournament director an email tonight and just give him a heads up that he knows that you're going to make a game time decision in the morning.
About your big toe.
That way, he can allow this other family to know who you're playing, so they don't get up and get there and not play it because she had an early
that's
match,
good
like at
thought.
8 o'clock.
Oh, you sounded disgusted like you are now?
Oh, I'm better now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is mild
Okay.
compared to my frustration. And so, like I told you, I didn't handle it well. and
Honey, looking
so,
back on it.
quite a jerk, actually, if we just want to be honest.
Oh, no.
And, well, I mean, so she woke up Saturday morning. She woke up. I went and got her up about, 6:15, and she couldn't put any weight on it. And I said, well, look, we got a lot of tennis to play over the next couple of months.
yeah.
We don't need to be wasting this on a tournament. So just ice it, and I'll take your brother to the tournament. So Braden did play, and so that's why I was out in the sun. I got in the sun. It was yesterday when I was. It was my duties yesterday.
Okay.
And so I was in the sun. Found me because it was chilly yesterday. The wind blowing.
It was deceiving because from inside you look out and you're like, man, not a cloud in the sky. This is nice. You walk outside and you're like, wow.
I know.
A little zing to it.
Yeah.
Found me the only spot on the property where the sun was beaming down on me, and
Yeah.
I had the wind knocked off of me.
Oh.
So
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. Your
Comfy.
phone calls are part of it this hour. They'll be on screen, though. 866 We Be Big. You're listening to The Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
23 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. And the emails are trickling in. We'll save it for the main show. Wilburn and Wilburn Friday night went great. Did I get on stage? Yes, and I'll stop there.
Wilburn and Wilburn.
Yeah. And so it was a lot of fun. And what a powerful night that was. I'm glad I was blessed to go. And Greg was there. So
a lot of good people. Had a great time.
Boy, did we. Update coming during the main show. I'll tell you this. My back's a little sore today, and if you see me walking with a limp, I'm sorry. But I had, how about the old weekend jobs, huh? Like the little, hey, around the house, we're going to get some things done. I know
you had a big one.
I know Adler's been, we're all been doing stuff around the house, but I had a big one this past weekend. Whenever you buy these new constructions or these, in these sidewalk communities or whatever, and this is no offense to the landscaping companies that have the job, but a lot of these landscaping companies, they'll bid out and they'll partner up with a construction company, and they're in charge of all the houses and the landscaping around it. Well, sometimes they'll just plop.
Most of the time they will.
They'll just plop an oak tree or something in the front yard, and
something they got on sale to work in the budget.
Yeah, or whatever.
It happens. That's what I would do
right.
if I was the guy.
And it's close. It's really close to the foundation and the sidewalk. So in years from now,
talking about the
roots will be coming through and whatever. So if you're going to move anything, now's the time because the house is under 2 years old. And
did you get clearance on this?
Now's the time. Well, as long as you put something back and it's of similar.
So no.
Well, I mean, everybody's been doing this. I'm not the first. I'm really behind on this because a lot of folks have already done this. So that as long as
you got influenced.
Yeah. Well, it's been something where Terry's been like, hey, that looks really bad, and the one that they put out in our front yard, it's like it's half dead anyway. It's every time like last year, for instance. The top of it was just naked. It just didn't even bloom at all. And I guess from halfway up down, it had leaves, kinda.
So it's struggling.
It's struggling. And I forget what kind of
oak.
Maybe a beaver
was.
Could have come in and gnawed on it.
It could.
It could have, Greg. Probably didn't, but it could have.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're something else, by the way.
You really check around the bottom of it and see.
So I was tasked with all right, we need to get this thing out of there and then put something in.
That's a big job.
Place. Yeah.
Goodness.
So
horticulture.
Yeah, really. So my mom, I don't know if you knew this. My mom, she had me out in the yard a lot when I was young planting. I mean, I'm talking about a lot, and it brought back memories of that. It really did.
I can post those diggers.
So time out. Let's address this first.
Yeah,
we got an hour. Okay, so we don't have to just wrap this up here in the next few minutes.
Okay.
Your mom what would she do? Would she just send you out and go, "Hey, plant this"?
My mom loves. What'd you say?
Plant a tree, Red.
Yeah. You didn't drink on the way in, did you? Huh?
Sleepy, really sleepy.
Okay, sleepy.
Drank coffee.
I didn't think you did. I was just checking.
Okay.
My mom loves the outdoors.
Likes working in the yard.
Boy, does she.
Okay. I know people like that. They love
it. Hey, Red, here's some daffodils. Get them planted.
Let's get them planted.
I got to tell you,
perennials.
I've never been called Red except for now. Ever.
I know. Because you weren't really.
Now, I was called Opie a lot.
Really?
Hey, Ope.
When I was young, yeah. Look, if you want to know what I looked like as a child, watch Andy Griffith.
That's good.
All right?
It's funny.
Could have been worse. You know what I look like?
That's all I'll see now.
As a child, Bobby Brady. I was told that.
Really?
Yeah, that's not good. Anyway.
All right, so I'm going back trying to find I took a picture of the kind of oak tree it was with my little app that y'all make fun of.
Yeah.
And it was some type of swamp oak, red swamp oak, something or another. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yes, my mom, buddy,
I didn't say it.
I can't even talk. I can't even talk. I can't even
Go
get a
ahead,
sentence
horticulture.
out. I mean, so you're going to stand with your hands in your pocket?
Yeah, because I'm cold.
Okay. What are we in line? So my mom would get me out, and she would have me planting flowers,
you hated it, didn't you?
planting bushes, shrubbery, or whatever, and it just brought me back to it.
You said I'm
qualified. She had ideas, and I was the grunt.
Okay, she'd point here, there.
Yeah,
Opie, here.
on the bigger jobs. It's just my mom didn't call me Opie.
Oh, I thought you said your mother called you.
She would call me John Calvin if I was in trouble.
Yeah, I bet. Heard that a lot, didn't you?
Yeah. And so anyway, it brought back a lot of memories. So we get done with Friday night, get back pretty late too. I think it's after midnight by the
For
time I
y'all.
walk back in the door. And I was up.
I was the only one with the short drive for the first time.
Yeah, I
that
know.
we've done anything.
Well, look, it was payback time. All right, you were 15 minutes from house.
When y'all let me out of the truck to get back in mine, 15 minutes later, I was sitting in the house.
Yeah. And I understood that. I mean, you know what? You drive most of the time, so we'll take this.
Yeah.
So I get back kind of late, and I was up in the 7 o'clock hour, headed back out to a nursery. And Terry's
don't
like,
wanna do that?
hey, there's this nursery called Site One, and it's on blah 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 blah. Now it's where we live. It's 35 minutes.
I was going to say that's a
away,
good haul
40
from
minutes
y'all's
away.
Y'all
house.
couldn't find one a little close?
Well, not that what we not
Not
for
for
what
that
we
tree.
needed.
Oh, that's right. You had to
Not
have
for
a
what we
particular
needed.
tree.
Follow along, big guy. I'm just
Most
kidding.
nurseries had anything.
No, I'm just kidding.
But I'm
Some-
acting like there's nurseries on every corner like a Dollar General. There's
right,
really not.
yeah.
You
Well,
probably passed 3 on your way.
yeah, but
honestly.
but the ones that have the trees that are already 10, 12
Yeah.
feet tall or whatever.
That's hard to find.
Some don't have that. They'll have the flowers and the shrubs and all that. Well, we found one, and the adventure to go get it. Hey, we're just going to look. Well, what do you think that turns into?
You loading up.
Hey, I'm 35 minutes away. I mean, could we not just get it now? I'll
It
tell
says
you.
coming back.
Not to mention you got to replant the other.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. A brand new week has started. We thank you so much for tuning in or watching, and we appreciate your loyalty to the Rick and Bubba Show each and every day. We know there's a lot of choices out there, and you choosing us is much appreciated. 866-WE-BE-BIG, the number. Could be doing some unscreened phone calls this half hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after the top of the hour. Busy show on tap today, so don't go anywhere. All right, so as I was going to break and trying to get through my weekend job, now again,
Tree planter,
and we had
Red the tree planter.
Red, Johnny Appleseed.
Terry and I have started the season of being a wedding crasher. We have got 6 weddings to go to over the next month or two. It's crazy. It is insane.
And did you turn up your dress code on that? Do we need to update everybody on that?
No, I didn't go get anything.
You hadn't yet?
No, I just found something.
Found something about the Old Faithful.
Yeah, but how about these barn weddings? They're a big deal. And we went so far out into rural America that I was like, where are we?
There.
And all of a sudden, bloop, there it is. And wow, it was nice. The Lenores, we talk about them all the time and going down. Will Lenore, you have Will and Philip. They're twins and all that. Anyway, Will got married, and so Terry and I went there Saturday. So I knew that was on top of it, of the day of going, wow, what are we doing here? Because, if for some reason
and started early,
the wedding starts at 6, we need to leave by 4:45, and so Terry claims she's got to start getting ready at 2. And I'm like, what? And so anyway, but you don't argue that because you're a veteran. You've been married.
That's a battle you don't try to win.
You're just like, okay, just let's back time here.
Sounds good.
So we head out Saturday, and the mission is we're going to go look because we've talked about online shopping, and there's certain things that you can online shop for, and then there's some things you just want to go. I want to go look at it in person. But you do your homework online, so you have an idea when you get there. All right, this is kind of what we need to be looking for. And so she had a Sweet Bay Magnolia.
Sweet Bay.
Sweet Magnolia.
A Royal Star Magnolia. Right? Yeah, I think there's a maple. It's a maple. Anyway, there's a couple of trees. Some of you
she had her
know.
eyes on it, yeah.
So we pull up, and this place is massive. I'm talking about acres and acres and acres of just trees everywhere. Just ready to go. We'll load it up, So we start. It's so big, you just stay in your truck and just ride around, and then stop every now and then, get out.
Look at them. Yeah.
It is. Good night. You could just whatever you want. And so we finally get there, a little tired, but actually enjoying some time with her, and we're just hanging out, talking about the night before with Wilburn and and how much fun we had, and how awesome the night was, and
how you would sing us loud.
We'll update that next hour. And we get there, and we meet Ginger, and she's so nice, and she's so knowledgeable, and I you know what I did? I took pictures. Y'all would love this. I took pictures of our front yard and the tree that's got to come up, and how much space we had. And she said, okay, I did the classic. If this is your house, she's like, okay, these two trees here is what I choose from.
Yeah.
If. And so I did not realize when I went, the dang thing was going to be so big. Okay? I didn't know it was going to be so massive.
You had to travel with it.
And so I'm like, I didn't really come prepared. I didn't bring my trailer. I know it can go in the back of the truck, but it'd probably be easier if you just throw it in the back of the trailer too, lay it down or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know. So then we start the scenarios of, well, what day's Reese off? And I'm not going to have any help, blah, blah, blah. And Terry said, let's just I said, you pick the tree out. I'm going to pull the truck up. They're going to get the little, Bobcat, whatever, lift it up, put it back into the truck. And when they put it in the truck, it's a big tree when the truck sinks down a little bit. You're like, oh, no.
You think, I got to get this out when I get home.
Yes.
And I don't have a Bobcat.
Right.
Wow.
So then we started thinking about, wait a minute. All right, I got the four-wheeler at the house. I got the four-wheeler trailer at the house. What if we put the trailer, what if we laid down the tailgate, put the four-wheeler trailer on it, and just rolled that puppy down? Just roll it down into the yard. And then you just push it, you like it's a big ball.
Roll it. Yeah,
just
like a tire, like you would a tire.
Exactly.
Okay,
just get it on the
I
side
got you.
and roll.
I'm with you. Yeah.
But you just don't want to bust it, okay?
Right.
And that was, boy, Ginger really was saying, please don't bust this thing, because then you're going to shock it and it's going to be a mess.
No,
and
not
it's going to be all over the front yard and everything.
So is that what they shock a tree? Is that what?
I guess. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm just
I
saying.
like learning
come up with that
new
term?
terminology.
And
He thought that's what
Right.
you said. I don't know.
So we get it, and we're the people. Okay, if you passed us or saw us, that we're the people with a tree in the back. of the truck, and we're trying to. We covered it with a tarp so it doesn't damage it and all this kind of stuff. And they did a great job there doing all that. I mean, they're like, okay, it's ready to go now. This is kind of what we do. And so I'm like, well, all right, well, here we go. So we're going back, and I forgot at times, kind of like you and your couch. I forgot I had a tree in the back,
there and you
I'm eating.
Now slow down.
I'm eating a little bit on, and slow down, okay. And it seems like the guy behind me would have known I couldn't go any faster. I've got a tree. I don't know buddy. I don't know what
Quit
you
riding
want
my.
Right. I don't know what you want me to do.
Hey, pass me.
So I get there, and now it's time to dig the other one out.
I forgot about that.
And I didn't do that first because I didn't know if we were going to go get the tree and bring it back. I thought we were going to go look, so I didn't want to dig up a big hole in the yard and just leave it there, So now I'm tasked with, okay, now this other one's got to get out.
It's a big hole.
And so I dig around it with the shovel, and I realize this is going to be a long day. Yeah. And I'm looking down at my watch, and I'm like, okay, now it's 11 now.
Oh.
And let's see, I got to start getting ready to go to this wedding at blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, okay, I've got a little bit. So I start digging around and try to start loosening it up. And then you think, man, I've really dug down in there. And then you kind of push on the tree, and it doesn't even move.
Solid.
Nothing. And I'm like, wait a minute. I've got this yellow, when we had the Jeep, way back when, we had this big old yellow tow rope that's as long as from me to the other end of this room.
Is that what you used to pull the logs up at my house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And Tyler would get called by friends that are stuck. Hey, I've been mud and I'm stuck. Yeah. And he would just hook them up to it, and just pull them out. But you can be so far away, there's no worry of anything. You can get out of the mud and pull them out and everything. I'm like, what about if we somehow get the tow rope underneath and then just hook it up to my truck, and you just yank that summon gun out, just pull it out. So I start digging, and now picture this: I have no sons at home. Terrible planning on my part.
Yeah.
So I have nobody at home, and Terry's helping me, and she's off in it, and she's trying to.
She's doing her best.
Yeah, and she's pushing and stuff, and hey, there was no arguments. How about that? Can you believe that? There was no, what are you doing?
Everything must have actually worked.
Right. As a matter of fact, one of my neighbors said, hey, do you need any marriage counseling? Okay, I
said
heard
I
that.
could use a hand, though.
Yeah, and he did. He came over. And he says,
hey, funny guy, I got all the jokes I
need. And he came over, and he did help. And so here we go. We're pushing now.
A lot of help.
He was actually a lot more. Hey, you know what? He was a lot more help than I thought.
Look, you're covered. You're good.
So we barely get it up enough to slide the yellow rope up under it, and we hook that thing up to my truck, and yank, here it comes.
When you felt it break loose, you were like, yeah.
And hey, Terry, I can't see, honey. I need more of. Is everything okay? I think so. Well, no, I need more than that.
Go look.
What was that loud pop? Was that the root? What was it? I'm not sure. Well, baby, I can't see. Then I felt it escalating, so I just stopped. I'm like, okay, you're doing a great job. Thank you. And
our neighbor.
And so it's finally out, and the hole is now there. And we got so deep with the tow rope, it pulled the whole thing out, and to the point where we didn't have to like break any roots. I mean, everything is there.
Oh, wow.
The hole is like 21, 22 inches deep, 35 wide. It's a big one, all right? So now what Ginger told us at the nursery is make sure, because when this other tree goes in it, you better have that hole right, because you ain't getting it back out.
Yeah, that's
okay.
A good point.
So we're off and measuring. We're measuring the root system for the other tree and all this kind of stuff, and because hey, we can't miss. And the tree has to go with one side facing the road at a certain angle. So when you're rolling it, you got to roll.
Why? What's that mean?
It's going to grow a certain way.
Yeah.
One.
That's just what they were saying. I don't know. And so once we roll it in there and it plops and it comes up, it's got to land like you want it.
You did that well, by the way.
Because you're not going to be like twisting it around. Oh, let's move it a little bit here.
Give me a little right hook.
I mean, you can rock it when maybe move it a little bit, but not much.
And depth here is key.
Yeah. Well, now we got to get it off though. Okay. And so I hooked the 4-wheeler trailer up. And God bless the man walking. I understand you were just wanting to go for a walk, but you saw that we were struggling, and you said, hey, do y'all need some help? And I said, yes, sir. So I've got my neighbor, I've got him, I've got me. So now there's 3 dudes, And Terry is helping as well. She's up on the truck. Now, I did tell her, honey, with all due respect, could you just won't you stand right here?
Can you get out of the way for a minute?
She was starting to get she was starting to get pinched a little bit back in the back, and I'm like, this thing could roll over the wrong way, and I hate to say this, but you're not. I don't know. Are you pushing at all? And she thought that was funny. But anyway, we roll it off, and we get it on that 4-wheeler trailer, and that thing starts to rolling, and we just like get out of the way. I mean, and it rolls all the way down, and gets off the 4-wheeler ramp onto the front yard, and we roll that thing over, and we're pushing so hard that we're like horizontal, okay, and we're slipping and trying to get that thing, and I'll be dadgum if it doesn't get in that hole, and when it pops up, it's at the right angle, and the right side of the tree is facing the road.
Do you
correctly.
make this happen without those guys?
No way. Now, if my 3 boys were home, yes, but they weren't going to be home for days. I mean, they're still not.
They were
home,
so glad,
Wow. And so then we're tasked with, all right, now, let's how about this? We've got the other tree out. We've got this tree in. Yes, the yard's a mess. We have a tarp full of that's just sitting off to the side with just a mound of dirt, and it looks pretty bad. But people can see if they pass by. Hey, I see what they're doing. Yeah. I think we need to stop because we got the wedding, and so we stopped. And then yesterday was the day of packing it in, getting it right, and then moving the other tree to behind the house and planting it.
Nice.
So, and I used one of those little dollies.
You plant the dead one?
What are they? Well, I don't know. I don't think it's dead. It wasn't looking great, but we planted it in the back, way back. We got like a little berm, and
you didn't care exactly how it faced.
I didn't care anything about that. Now, trying to get it around, I used one of those little dollies, hooked it up to the 4-wheeler, and Reese. I finally had Reese. Oh man, had Reese, and we put it on. Those little bitty 4-wheelers like you can move a piano with or something. That's what big boys underneath big boy.
Yeah. Little rolling cart.
We rolled it on that and hooked it up to the 4-wheeler and just pulled it around.
Huh.
And then pushed it.
Look at y'all.
Now we're good. So that was my weekend job. Finished last night around dark.
That's a big job. There's nothing little about that one.
It was an absolute guys when
a 2-dayer.
When I was riding home with that tree, my when you get off in something and you're like, I'm so far off in it now. I've got to finish this job. I can't just stop.
Yeah, that's a bad feeling.
It is. It's a terrible
feeling.
It's a terrible feeling. But thank you to the Cove neighbors for helping.
Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes till top of the hour. It's the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big, our number. Thank you for being with us. Starting a brand new week together if you're listening live. It's Monday. As we come on back, we've got some interesting emails that we look through. You know, we just talked about it, and Greg even mentioned it. You know, if you don't stay on top of email, you'll get back, and it'll be a little bit overwhelming.
You know,
I mean, in the hundreds and hundreds.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I try to get away from it Friday around noonish until Sunday evening, Sunday afternoon.
Right.
And I'll try to get back into it and catch up, because the worst thing you can do is come back in here on Monday and be behind.
No,
I hate that feeling.
Can't do that.
But I got a strange. You get strange emails. Got a strange one. This is from Friday evening.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I have ever received anything like this in my 13 years here. This is from Jennifer. This is from Jennifer. It is saying a lot, Greg. This is from Jennifer. It says, my dishwasher is looking for Helmsy. I kept hearing it say, where is Michael Helmsy? Over and over. Do you hear it? So I played the video for myself a couple times, and I can't hear it. I don't know what in the world.
She's hearing strange voices.
And I also got, evidently she couldn't get the original video to send to someone, to send to me, so someone else, Coop, by the way, Cooper, this must be a tuber thing. Cooper sends it to me, and I'm able to listen to it finally. And
Coop thought he was the guy.
Well, I don't hear it. He doesn't hear it. I don't think y'all will be able to hear it. But Jennifer claims that her dishwasher was saying over and over, "Where is Michael Helmsy?"
All right. Well, let's listen. Where is Helmsy? Where is Helmsy?
I hear it.
Greg,
I hear it.
I do too.
do you really?
Mm-hmm. Where is
If you
Helmsy?
tell yourself, that's
Well,
what it,
Yeah, like, right here we go. Where is Helmsy?
No, it says, where the hell is Michael Helmsy? That's what I heard.
Can't do that.
Well, I hear, where is Buddy? Where is Buddy? No, like,
It does sound like an evil voice.
It does.
boy, let me tell you something. Get that
That's
thing looked
kinda
at.
spooky.
Michael Helmsy.
What
Michael
puts in
Helmsy.
her mind that it's saying that?
Hold on,
Because you're
let's
so
listen
fine.
to it.
What is wrong with you today?
What about no?
Where's Michael Helmsy?
Oh, good morning, Mr.
That is a
Allen.
weird. It does sound like a weird
It
little
does
voice.
have a
though.
weird
it's kind
voice.
of spooky. Kind of scaring me a
yes,
little bit.
and I give you that for sure.
Yeah. Let's hear it one more time.
So
Let's see if we
she
can
needs
get
to
it.
quit listening to the show.
Yeah, one more time. Let's take a listen. Take a listen.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Allen. I hope you're not too mad at me. I was running a little bit late this morning. And
I hear it.
I was hoping you wouldn't be too mad with me.
Did you hear that?
I heard
Did
that
anybody hear
That's
that?
unreal.
That was
That's
pretty clear,
amazing.
actually.
Yeah.
Where's the Helmsy? Michael Helmsy.
Yeah, no.
Where the hell is
All right,
Michael Helmsy?
That's what I heard.
All right, straight
I
up.
keep hearing everybody doing it.
Yeah. Hold on, let's hear this one.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
All right, now straight up. Let's look.
So
One
she's
more
got
time.
a
One more
possession.
time.
One more time.
Take a listen. Take a listen.
There I am doing it. There all my buddies are. They're doing it.
I hear it.
too.
I hear it.
We're all doing it together.
Where's Helmsy? Where is Helmsy? Where is Helmsy?
I don't know.
That's
Jennifer,
just weird.
I'll say this: your dishwasher makes a weird noise, and it does sound like a creepy voice
Hoping
Well, I
to tell
tell
her to
ya,
go out and
for
do
sure.
Either she really thinks about you a lot, and then that's
Speedy.
what it makes. Well, I'm just saying.
talking about?
Or I mean, just hearing that, I don't know how she heard Helmsy.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, when they used to do the backwards masking on records.
Mm-hmm.
If you told yourself ahead of time what it sounded like, then you could hear it.
Yeah.
You know, if you put in your mind, it says whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this just kind of falls under that.
I love Helmsy. I love Helmsy.
It's not.
It sounds like a woman's voice to me.
It
Really?
sounds like a woman's voice. That sounds like a woman's
Yep.
voice to you.
You know what it sounds like
One
to
that's
me?
been smoking.
Greg, you know what it sounds like to me? A dishwasher running.
It does sound a lot like that. You're right. You're right.
It sounds like a GE.
But if you tell yourself in your head, just like when we have song lyrics wrong, and in your mind, that's what it says.
You're going to squint at me.
And it's the same thing when she. But I don't know how. But she must have just come up with it on her own.
Well, yeah.
Well, like I said, thinking about it.
Yeah.
Great. Speedy.
No, I'm just. I mean,
Where the heck's the widow's peak? That's what I heard.
I'm sorry, Jennifer.
Jennifer, thank you for sending
Jennifer,
that.
you've been drinking that day?
No, Greg, no.
Just checking.
No. But if you really focus in on it, maybe you can hear it a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
I will say that is in the top 5 of strange emails.
Yeah, you don't get that a lot. Talking dishwasher.
And hey,
Just calling your name.
we get a lot of emails.
We
Zip
do.
up your pullover. Zip up your pullover. What?
Well,
I like how he bounces.
Why won't somebody help me? Why won't somebody help me?
well, we've got this week off to a roaring start.
Yeah.
Huh?
For some reason, it's talking like this. I don't know whether here the Sipsy Swamp.
I don't know.
What is wrong with us?
I don't know if I love it.
Caroline broke her big toe. Caroline broke her big toe.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Brand new hour has begun. We start this hour with the national anthem. Eight and a half minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we get ready to recap the weekend and look forward to the week. And you can be part of it at the number I just gave you. Write it down, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, the gang, Team Rick and Bubba, all here as we move forward for another day, another hour, another week. Wheel of Meat is back in play. Will happen at some point this week. Be paying attention to that. Another episode of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, is available. John Merrill, he's the Secretary of State in the great state of Alabama, talking about voter fraud and does my vote still count and what are people doing to make sure that it does. We had that conversation over the weekend. If you'd like to find that, it is available wherever you get podcasts. And also on our YouTube channel. Right there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver Tongue One, the man with the golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Bubba.
How about you, Rick Burgess, friends, neighbors, and associates? Welcome to another edition of Rick and Bubba, your two rather large El Grandes on the radio.
Yep. Bubba, I hope you had a good weekend.
Rick, it was a rather busy weekend, and I know everybody was on the road a lot this weekend. But we made several stops. We'll tell you about all that. Lot going on. Had a great podcast drop this weekend. I hope those of you that are still concerned with elections and security and that heard some of that. We really could have talked about 2 more hours.
Yep.
But John Merrill, who is the Secretary of State in our state, came in to talk and to shed some light on some of the rumors that were out there that simply were not true. I think that was one of the more important parts of this. But anyway, had a great weekend. Hope you guys are good.
Bubba, I wondered, I know you had some things that you were out and about doing. Like I said, we'll unpack some of that. And I know that you, did you sit down and know how interested you were in the interview with Meghan and Harry?
You know, Oprah? Let me tell you what Meghan and Harry are to me. They are 2 of 30 million people that live in California. That's about the end of it. Look, if you listen, Meghan, you knew what you were getting into. Okay, you knew what you were getting into. If you didn't want all that, did you think the castle might not be a warm and fuzzy place? Shocking,
right. Yeah,
shocking.
Well,
I didn't see the interview. No. I saw some of the headlines of people talking.
Helmsy's seen it. He watched it.
You know, I know how I'm going to feel about it before I ever watch it. But you know, all this stuff. Good night. You know what.
Well, I don't know how long their engagement was, but I remember because, you know, I had turned my life into quite the little mess when Sherry and I met, and only by the grace of God did she agree to marry me. But I remember her at first saying, I don't really understand why you want to go a year engagement. And I said, I'll tell you why. You need to find out what it'd be like to be my wife for a year, and at the end of it, see if you still want to be my wife.
Yeah, still want to be in.
You need to go through the holidays. You need to know what it's going to be like to be a stepmom right out of the gate. You need to realize what it's going to be like to be married to me and my family, and then at the end of the year, I think you have a pretty good idea whether you want to. And then after that, you know, if you ever say why, I said, well, no. I mean, you kind of knew what you was getting into.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So
well,
anyway.
you know.
So I don't know if they did that or not.
You know,
it would have probably been a good idea.
You got Meghan and Harry, and they're crying about this, and you know the crown and the royal family's crying about that. Well, they're trying to get in front of this. So and so's trying. Hey, who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Okay, we got other things to do than worry about some mascot.
Yes. Yeah.
Look, I understand the line and the history there. That and that's impressive. But anybody that's raised dogs know that you need some fresh blood in that line every now and then.
Yeah, it's helpful.
Yeah,
it really does.
If not, you get some of the crazy dogs.
Yeah, you really do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do.
They turn their head and look at you, and they don't look like they don't understand.
The code knows one.
Yeah.
All
So
kinds of problems.
So
we'll unpack that. I see that in the headlines today. I heard you talking. Greg said he didn't stay awake through all of it. Bubba did see the Coming to America 2.
I did. I
saw Brian Regan's new stand-up special over the weekend, which is hilarious. He disowns me, and so I saw that. And then, of course, we got to talk about all the places we went and all the things we saw. And so there was a lot going on. We got to see a lot of you out there. I'm sure, Bubba, you saw a lot of folks.
There was a lot of people out this weekend. Yeah. I mean, a lot. It's you sense that tidal wave that's building up that goes, "Let me go before I'll kick the gate down."
Yeah.
People are gonna get out. We're just gonna have to figure out how to deal with it.
Yeah, it was great.
And I'm sure there'll be a little spike from somebody, from all this moving around, but.
Well, it's interesting, though, you think about that because, we did a couple of men's gatherings over the weekend, and they are limiting those on how many people can come and all that. But they're saying, when you start limiting things to 300, 250, they said you honestly can just about pack a room with people who all have the antibodies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it ain't hard to find 250, 300 men that have already had COVID. Yeah. I mean, that's not a difficult number to come. so you kind of
and 4 or 5 that think they had it.
Right. Yeah. But it was there was a lot out there. So we'll retrace the stories of the weekend. We'll look through the headlines of the day. Another Rick and Bubba kid has a birthday today. We'll talk about that a little bit. So we got a lot to do. And of course, whatever you bring up at 866 we be big as the Rick and Bubba show continues.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're a regular show listener, you've probably heard. 21 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us. All right, so some things you need to know before we start recapping weekends. So the Derek Chauvin trial starts today, and there's already a little bit of trouble brewing. Speedy was saying we already have one dead in Minneapolis. So even just the beginning of this trial, we remember the what happened and how it happened, and now here is this officer in having his day in court. And the anticipation of how it will go in the time of the mob mentality, can you imagine? And it's if you were, see, we're old enough to remember the Rodney King trial of the officers. Everybody remember that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go. I don't know the details, and that's the part that makes these trials difficult. Is we all, you can't help it in the time we're living in. We've seen what we've seen, and we think, well, what we've seen must be all there is to it. And then these trials start, and people start coming forward, and things go on in there
right.
that we didn't know or didn't understand or whatever. And sometimes things don't look as clean cut as you may think they are, and it leads to results sometimes that people don't like.
Yeah.
Did I walk that? Did I walk that tightrope? It felt like I was trying to walk down a curb without falling off of it.
Yeah, it's
because I know you got to be careful of anything you're saying. I'm just trying to be factual.
I know a lot of people want a resolution to come out of this.
Yeah.
And you don't know. Can the guy even get a fair trial? One, which you want everybody to have. And two, will they be able to prosecute him at a level, even if they get a conviction, of what many of the family members and the people in that area want to happen? So I don't know. It, like I say, we all saw the video, we know what we saw, but when they get into the details and the before and the after and everything, it may be watered down. I don't know. I really hope that nobody else loses their life over this, and not another mom or dad doesn't go home to their family just out of the craziness of all this.
So they're saying jury selection begins today.
Yep.
And then they also there's three other officers that were involved. Looks like their trial is scheduled to be in August. So there's still more to go even after we get to the other side of this one.
Yep.
But jury selection for Derek Chauvin's trial. Is it Chauvin's? I say his name. Chauvin. Chauvin. Am I saying it wrong?
Chauvin, I think.
Chauvin. His jury selection is today, and of course there's going to be all kinds of protests. We've even got we've got Congress trying to pass police reform, and they're going to call it the bill named after George Floyd.
Right. One of the things I saw.
I want to wait till the trial's over. But.
I saw one of the. Everybody's been breaking this down. I saw one interview over the weekend, briefly, that someone was talking about his past history, that he's had, this and that happen and all that. And I don't know. I haven't really studied his background in this, but I wonder will a lot of that stuff even be admissible in this? Because you've seen trials before where people had all kind of history, and none of that's allowed in because they just look at that particular incident. So
that's true.
I don't even know if that'll play into it or not, or how much of that's even true.
Well, about a month ago, they started solidifying their security plans to establish a perimeter around City Hall. It says streets are going to be closed, businesses will be boarded up, and the National Guard troops and hundreds of law enforcement officers will be in place in anticipation of potential unrest during the trial. And the trial itself will not start till March 29th. Jury selection is going on now, but the actual trial will not start till the 29th.
I heard an interview with some small business owners in that area, and some of them's like, man, we just got finished rebuilding. Like one's a little strip mall. And he's like, oh no, is this coming again? They're really worried about it. And some places have just been demolished that were burnt. And, by the time you get it all, and insurance and this, It takes a while. And they're like, well, we just demolished. We don't know, do we rebuild? What do we do because of this? You don't want to.
A lot of times when you have a very high-profile charged case like this, they'll move the trial somewhere. I'm kind of surprised they didn't move it out of Minneapolis.
Says that you will be able to watch it on Court TV, so that will be the only network with cameras in the courtroom. But Court TV will cover it. And first time any of us ever lived through all the major networks carrying, of course they're not going to here, just be Court TV. But, you know, we were all part of watching the first ever primetime court case, and that was O.J. Simpson. And let me tell you, it does.
It looks a lot different than the TV dramas, doesn't it?
It really does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's and some of it's really, really long-winded.
Yeah.
Which I think may have been an issue in that one. But so there you go. So it's jury selection today, opening statements March 29th, and Minneapolis preparing for what may or may not happen. So we'll see how that goes. And it will be it'll be interesting to see. But you know what we have to do is get back to the point that if our desire is justice, then we can't live in a world where, you know, a mob says this is what we want to happen and this is how we want it to go. And if we don't get that, we will not even listen to why things went the way they went. We've already decided what it should be, and if it doesn't happen, then everybody's going to pay. We really can't allow ourselves to move into that society. I'm afraid we're already there, maybe too late.
Right.
But, because, you think, like we've said many times, you think, well, Rick, in this particular case, and I agree with you, what we saw was heinous and horrible, and if something isn't done, but we need to also pay attention to everything that is uncovered through the process so we know everything. But remember, just as you see some people politically having to find out now, Governor Cuomo, is remember, when you start saying that you want these things and it may affect somebody else, one day it's going to affect you. You don't want to be the person who's sitting there going, well, my trial's coming up and everybody's already decided that I'm guilty and they're going to burn the streets down if they don't give me capital punishment. Right. And you're like, well, wait a minute, don't I get my day in court? And see, so remember, everything you create may one day be somebody that it may be you. It might be somebody you love. It may be, just be real careful wanting to get into a society that if the mob threatens to do blank, if they don't get blank, and everybody keeps giving in to them, one day the mob's coming for you. And you need to remember that.
And the other probably larger issue is something we've talked about here on the show before. Police officers have an incredible job that they're charged to do, incredibly difficult. And how do you give them the tools they need to apprehend people who may resist, sometimes with deadly force, but them not become the executioner in this, that they've got to defend themselves. They've got the same rights that we do as individuals, but how can we give them the tools and equipment and procedures they need to be able to apprehend these people safely without them being injured also? And it's a tough question. I mean, I think they overall do an outstanding job, but we can always do better.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for us to get a lot of things done that maybe need to get done, but there's a way to walk through that and get justice without it becoming mob rule. That we don't need. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thanks for being with us today on the program. I do want to point you to our partnership with HelloFresh.com. Changing the way that you enjoy dinner. Because here's how it works. I mean, you look at the menus that HelloFresh.com makes available, and there's 25 weekly recipes for you to choose from. Pick the meals that you want, how many meals you want, and you can change it week to week and even go to zero if you want to, not have any during the week. Whatever you need, they take care of it, and it comes in individual bags with the recipe cards in there. They're easy to follow. All the ingredients are there. It's also, great if you have kids. It's a fun way for them to learn to cook, too. You can all do this together. Teaching them how to prepare meals is one of the things that will really serve you well if you teach your children how to actually prepare food for themselves. Whoever they marry will thank you for that. Or if they're going to be out on their own, it's awful helpful. It's another thing that you can do. And right now, if you go to HelloFresh.com and use the promo code BUBBA, we will get you 12 free meals plus free shipping. Again, the promo code is BUBBA, 12 free meals plus free shipping at HelloFresh.com. There's also a link at RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. So looking back over a very busy weekend, just looking at it chronologically, we left the show on Friday. The Southern Gospel group, the Wilburns, we're about to get another Wilburn.
Wilburn cubed.
So there was a lot going on with that on Friday night at the True Grit men's conference there at Union No. 3 Baptist Church. Kind of it's really in ball play. You go Hoax Bluff area.
Yeah.
And to go back, Bubba, I'm telling you, we saw so many things about the history of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Adler.
Went right by where the show began. Could see the old tower of Big Wax over there in the distance.
Oh yeah.
Just a blanket.
As we made our way in, so Speedy and another friend of mine rode with me out of Birmingham. Greg met us in Hoax Bluff and went, and so we had the third Wilburn. We had the real Greg Burgess, and we were all there for the event. We had the stuff there from themanchurch.com, and I could tell, because Speedy knew that it was coming.
I knew what I was walking into.
Yeah, there was no way he was going to get out. And look, here he is. Here the Wilburns.
Do we have audio of
at the at the very end. Look,
somebody's really clapping.
I want to thank Jordan Benefield, who played drums for the praise and worship team for recording this.
Yes.
There he is there in the red.
So and look, the Wilburns, and look, there's Speedy. Speedy, now here come the two Wilburns.
Yeah, there's Jonathan and Jordan Wilburn.
Yeah, there goes the pastor.
Well, they can sing.
Right.
Yeah, they really can sing. You know what they were using, Bubba, to sing? You know what their tracks were being played on? An instant replay.
Really?
They would just go over and press a button, and that would be
like ours?
Yeah, it was exactly like ours. I mean, matter of fact, you can see it. Look back there. See it?
Yeah.
See it right there by the mixing board.
Yeah, right over your left
right
shoulder.
there.
Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, there's the instant replay. Yeah. And they had all their songs.
Any could he would he?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Now see, at this point,
hey, you think they did a little tenor for it?
boy, could they not?
Hey, Bub, you think the Midnight Cry didn't have a squalling?
Let me say, hey, a Wilburn besides me can sing.
Yes.
Yes, he can.
So right here, I don't know what I'm about to get into. I'm worried
Where's
because
Greg
I've heard all kinds of stuff.
Now they're going to tell Greg to go on the drums.
And I messed that up.
Yeah, they've asked Greg to get on the drums.
Couldn't hear. Plus, I'm not very good.
Yeah.
So
And it was the oompa.
And I couldn't really find a mic,
oompa's tough.
which I was really happy.
Yeah.
Little boom chick.
Yeah.
So I keep,
Adler, get on if you get it out of order.
I wanted Speedy to actually sing more than he was allowed to sing.
Far left is Joey the pastor, and that's Mr. Benefield who leads worship.
And there's Jordan Benefield, who is Rick and Bubba listener point
Didn't
one.
I give you a mic stand?
Well, hey, I wasn't asking for one. I can tell you that.
Here, Speedy's going high.
You got a drum coach over there, Greg?
I needed one.
I got real worried. This is where Greg said he couldn't hear. He sounded like a kid playing drums.
Everybody say it. Everybody get in.
That's Speedy. I hear it.
They
Wilburn, and Wilburn.
They kept trying to slide the mic over in front of me. If you notice, I was kind of strategic.
I thought they would give you your own mic so they could just not pot it up.
I want that confidence you had when you were a kid when you said you thought you could
Right, yeah. Everybody lied to me. And you got to realize, too, this capped off an amazing night.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, good night. And so this is the last thing. And
Too
so,
bad we had to ruin it.
Yeah.
Well, what was funny is but it was good, and they did a great job.
They
and,
did.
And thank
Love
you.
the Wilburns.
Yeah, it was a
And,
great event.
Hey, I actually bought some T-shirts with my own money.
No, you
No
did
way.
not.
I did.
No, they gave you those.
No, I bought them.
Bubba.
But I took one home to
To
Terry.
go to a men's conference and then lie about it.
Rick!
Boy, he didn't hear a thing, did he, really?
I said, Terry,
Hey,
No
That's a
pun
shirt,
intended. I
honey.
ain't buying it.
it's not every day you have Wilburn and Wilburn.com on a T-shirt. You know, you got to
I
do
want
that.
to see you and your dad wearing Wilburn shirts together.
How about well because things it was how we get these little quirks going. We get these little quirks
Good
going.
baseline speed.
So Andrew, who went to a friend of mine who he's
so funny.
starting to work with themanchurch.com, and he wanted to go and kind of see how it worked, and so it's funny when somebody new comes into our world. And what was funny is, and of course, y'all know how quirky we can be.
Yeah.
So it's the True Grit Men's Conference. Well, in the past, like they had one that had Tony and Jonathan Evans and whatever. Well, when COVID hit, it changed men's gatherings and all this kind of stuff. Well, they kept calling it a conference, but I was the only one speaking. And so, what was so funny was to have Andrew Varbutis, who went with us, and it took me
guy.
forever to know how to say his name. And-
you really dialed it in.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like you're showing off when you say it.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to learn it.
Yeah.
And you know how somebody finally teaches you, Bubba, and I'll do it. We'll write it down the way we have to know it, and then finally
Yes.
click. So anyway, I kept saying, well, so it's a conference, but it's only tonight, and I'm the only one speaking. And it's so funny how things are quirky. So anyway, even the pastor comes over, and I said, so it's a conference like that. So look, he walks off and he looks at me and goes, boy, you're really stuck on that, aren't you?
Yeah.
He said, you can't let that go, can you? And I said, well,
By
I was
definition.
I was just trying to understand it.
By definition.
But it was it went really, really good. And
No invites to breakfast this time.
Rick, y'all feeding everybody again?
No.
Hey, they did have some cookies, number one.
Hey, they've learned not. Hey, they've
yeah.
learned not to give me. Everybody's learned now. I tell you what, won't you do? Won't you just work on the message and let us do all the announcements? Please don't assume what we're doing. You know what I mean? I said, got it. Everybody's learned. It's like the word's out on me now. Somebody look. We had him down here. Don't let him start getting up here doing that. But it was funny for you guys to be there and everything, and for us to cut up and to watch Speedy know that his moment was coming.
Yeah, well, I knew it was.
dreaded
I
those
knew what
nights.
I was going into when I saw one of the Wilburns, Jonathan, the dad, and the first thing he said, he goes, "You ready to be up on stage?" I went, "Oh no, he's in on it.
Yeah, he's in on it.
He's a participant." I was like, "This is not going to be good."
Well, and I will say this too, Greg. It was one of those moments, we're all trying to do a little better. Of course, you were closer to home than we were.
Oh, yeah.
So when we get you back to your truck, but how did it look to see big lift kit come in?
You mean after I fell out of it?
Yeah,
getting
let's
out
talk
of it?
about
yeah,
that.
Greg fell out of it too.
And even
Hamza-
using the rail, it doesn't
telling
matter if you use the step
Greg
or
fell
not.
out of it too.
No,
Yeah.
It was funny. I looked because I forgot that, and I looked
You
coming
do, you
down the
forget.
road, and I went, "Oh, here they come."
He said, Greg said he looked up.
Here comes Big Daddy.
on 278, and here I come. Isn't that big? But I'll tell you one thing: at Union 3, I wasn't the only one.
No.
Hey, I remember that. You know how some people have compact parking? They had lift parking.
They sure did.
But Greg, you stepped out of it. Now, you nearly messed your
So I
knee up.
thought if you use the step, you're okay, but you're really not.
We kept screaming,
You need
"Don't
2 steps.
You
don't
need 2
rub
steps.
your knee till you get in the truck." And we've pulled off. Did you jam your knee up a little?
A little bit.
Yeah. Greg,
Hurt, I mean,
you hit pretty hard out
yeah,
there.
it didn't quit hurting until I hit Webster's Chapel.
So you went down.
Just kind
No,
of
I
how
just-
your knee goes.
I
We
didn't
thought he
fall,
sprained it.
But
I can tell you
did
this.
that long drop.
Oh yeah.
If it
Long
wasn't
drop.
if it
Familiar
wasn't
with
for
it.
the door, he would have gone down because you start grabbing at stuff. Trying to
Yeah.
not
But
go all the way
I
down.
thought, well, I'll just use this step. Well, you need step, and then a stool.
and then Bubba, that dilemma because we remember those days of. Matter of fact, we were talking about stories about you and me going out and Greg DJing.
No, yeah.
We DJ'd out in Hoax Bluff and all that. There were just so many historic moments. I was able to show somebody that didn't know the whole history of the show. And then you get into the truck, you let Greg out, And then there's that moment where we realized, well, they really didn't have dinner. I mean, they had some cookies, but
Because did y'all eat?
we ain't really had dinner. Well, you can't stop because it's too late.
I know.
And then you start thinking about, let's just go on. I mean, you hit a hamburger or something right now. It's just too late.
Yeah. and we're just minutes away from 11 p.m. and we're a long way from home. So
and then you look up and you just see old Sonic over there.
There he is.
You ever try to put a lift kit in
I was going
Sonic?
to say, how did you pull that in there? How did you do that?
Well, it was
barely.
The poor
I
girl.
bet the server was like,
Greg, the poor girl who gave us the food that we finally all caved and finally ate because we were hungry.
Yeah.
And so to try to get around the mirror because I'd taken up so much space. Literally, she took our food and started handing it over the mirror to me.
she was thinking, why did you pull in here?
Well, but she did it like she's done it before.
Yeah, I ain't the first lift kid ever go that size.
No, heck no.
That's a good point.
Hey, if you're gonna build a Sonic and ball play,
Yeah.
you better allow for lifts.
Yeah. You better have some headroom.
And people come out there and look at it like, it'll draw a crowd.
You might ought to have them spaces just a little extra wide too, for tires.
Well, last night we did another man church over in Warrior, Alabama, where my sister lives. Pulled into her driveway. She'd never seen it either. She watched it. She goes, "What in the world are you driving?" I said, "You want me to toss you up in there and let you sit in it?" We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So thanks to everyone there in the Hoax Bluff Ball Play, Gadsden area, the home of Z93, that came out to the True Grit Men's Conference at Union No. 3 Baptist Church. And thanks to the pastor and all there for trusting us, and also Craig Witt, who puts together lots of these men's conferences and events, for trusting us and having us there. It was a great night. And then last night, the manchurch.com discipleship strategy started at Crossroads Baptist Church in Warrior, Alabama. Had our kickoff man church service last night, and then they rolled into the 40-week curriculum. And both of these gatherings of men, man, we really saw God moving, and it was exciting to see what's happening, and as it continues. It'll continue on this Friday night as the manchurch.com tour continues. It'll be in Opp, Alabama, I-92 and 1077 out of Andalusia, down in that area. Probably more likely to hear us on 1077 there in Opp. Be at Westview Baptist Church in Opp, Alabama, their first man church service, and we'll kick that off, and they'll put their men in our small group discipleship strategy from the Pursuit 40-week curriculum. So that'll be going on this Friday night. Then March 25th, we'll also have a man church service and start First Baptist Church in McGee, Mississippi on the men's discipleship strategy. And then on the 27th, same thing. We'll have we're going to have a low country boil at this one in Lindale, Georgia. This is something they've done in the past, but then they're going to tie that in to their first man church and start the curriculum there in Lindale, Georgia, First Baptist Church. You can find all of this by going to rickandbubba.com. And if you'd like to, come over from your church and kick the tires and see how it works, or you're part of these churches or around there and you want to attend, all the information's there. Some are ticketed, some are not. You can find all that at upcoming events. And think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get guaranteed low prices and excellent customer service at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Better parts, better prices every day. So, Bubba, I know you were ham-festing it. You were boat showing it. What else did you do this weekend?
Well, we made the rounds. We had the Great Birmingham Ham Fest for the ham radio operators. It was all outside, so it was a little bit different. But, hey, we were just glad to
But how about the weather this weekend? Was this weather not so fantastic this weekend where we live?
It was beautiful, and being an allergy sufferer, I can tell it is March.
Yeah.
And we're well into it.
Yeah.
I'm snorting and sneezing this morning. So, Rick, we also hit the boat show that was in town. It was out at Barber's Motorsports Park.
Mm-hmm.
And, that is, we've talked about it before, that is an incredible facility. And the fact that they had a gigantic boat show going on, and they had people racing at the same time. And I don't know.
There were people racing?
I don't know if that was some of the schools that they were but I mean, cars were just zipping around that track 90 to nothing the whole time.
So when you say like schools, you mean driving schools, like you get a chance to drive?
Yeah, they have the Porsche or did at one time.
Or they were
even sure what all they
practicing,
do.
yeah.
But, man, there was a ton of cars out there running around.
Oh, you're right, because you used to could go out there with your company. And,
they have different events.
Yeah.
But it's just the whole facility is amazing. I'll be honest with you, when we were first pulling up, I saw a few cars going in, but there wasn't a line or anything, and I thought, well, there may not be a lot of people here. But we got in there was a mob. But that just shows you how well that facility handles a crowd.
Mm-hmm.
They don't back up. They keep everything moving. And it was good. I saw Phil Boozer and our friends at AmFirst. They were there
Phil.
financing them boats, baby, letting them go.
What about
former intern, Bad Mama Jamma, who works with them, saw her.
I'm running in, and there's too many to remember, but we've run into a lot of people connected to former Rick and Bubba interns over the weekend. Can't remember all their names.
Yeah.
Last night I actually met the daddy who calls his daughter Pumpkin. Daddy calls me Pumpkin.
Okay.
I met him last night. He said, the intern daddy calls me Pumpkin. I said, he goes, I'm daddy that calls her Pumpkin.
Oh, okay.
And I said, oh, well, nice
I'm
to
the
meet
daddy.
You.
And Rick, I can't go on the record with
That's
this,
funny.
but because of all the but there was a ton of boats. So let me just tell you, there was a ton of boats.
Boat mania.
Yes.
All right. What about where was Hamfest? Where location?
It was
outside too.
It was
right?
at the Trustful Civic Center.
So was it inside?
No, it was outside in the parking lot. Usually it would be inside and outside. It was just outside.
How'd they deal with the
I didn't hear a
wind?
lot of enthusiasm from you. I mean,
It was good, but I mean, normally they would be
Did you pick
they
me
would
up?
be more
He
dealers
was disappointed.
and things inside.
He was disappointed.
But if you if you're just outside and you're a dealer, you can't really set up all that stuff. I mean, it's too risky
totally
because of weather.
Totally
no, listen, I'm glad we
Greg,
had one.
Greg, he can fake enthusiasm for things that don't mean that much to him. But something that means a lot to him, it's so pure. There's no.
I wouldn't say that at all.
Did you get me a bag of connectors?
Well, see, we didn't have a lot of people selling that.
See,
that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry, buddy.
Took me a while to get there.
Yeah. Plus, it was a little windy.
So it's a waste of time.
Here
It's
comes
a
the
little
water.
No, it was good. I had a great time. Got to visit with a lot of folks.
Did you see how quick you moved off of and went to boat show?
Yeah,
No, y'all asked me. That was
I had ham fest.
I don't want to bore y'all with ham
about
fest
that
stuff. I know y'all have
had
zero
ham fest
interest in
and-
ham fest stuff.
I'm thinking about getting my license.
I bet.
All right, so let's just move on to the boat show. All right, so
That is not true.
Okay, we had a half a ham fest.
that's what I thought you
Hey,
said.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it sounds
Listen,
like-
this was one of the first ones we've had in a while, so I'm glad that they had one.
Couldn't even get a connector.
Yeah. Well, I miss the dealers being there, but they can't set up all that stuff outside and then wonder if it's going to rain or not.
Yeah, I miss the
How many running buddies you have with you?
Oh, there's several.
I bet they
How's
were.
John?
Were they as let down as you?
No, I think they're like me. They were just glad we were able to get out and do something.
Did any of them go to the boat show with you?
No.
So the
Not
boat's
that I'm aware
separate,
of.
total separate.
You
trip.
may be the only one at ham
Not
fest
that
that was
you're
going to the boat show.
not that you're aware of.
Probably not, but I went home, picked the family up for that, and then we
Okay.
hit the boat show. And
then
How was the lunch bunch?
and we went to Bucky's. You get great.
Bubba, you done
gotta
getting
be-
some Bucky's. I mean, you
which is
Nice.
trip number 3
He
for
is
me now,
becoming
Greg.
Has
more
it been
than
a
a week.
brisket all 3 times?
Sure. And but it
He loves it.
The routine.
it was very.
Wouldn't try anything new. It's like
3 times in a week.
It was
It's got all kinds of other stuff.
the second time I went with Betty, it was not as busy.
Yeah. This time though.
Oh my gosh. It was
Was
like
it because of the
feeding
boat show?
time. It was like feeding time at the chicken
Well, you
house.
got
I've
an
never seen
event.
so many people.
You got an event right there about it.
Well, that and I think the weekend and
Oh,
again
yeah.
the weather was so good. Everybody wanted to get
Oh,
out,
yeah.
just get out and do
I
something.
loved it.
And
It was brisket
man, it
eating
was-
weather.
Yeah.
Oh, it was wide open,
Well, I
and there
tell
was
you-
a lot of events going on in town. I think we had a track and field event too for high school, and so you had a lot of people moving around.
Well, so
which is
you were
good.
committed. If you went, I mean, sorry to be so local here, but if you went all the way to Trussville, then all the way back, and then all the way back to where you were,
All
that's
same
Yeah,
day.
You grabbed a
but I'm-
Bucky's in the middle.
And the family.
But I go.
Don't forget that.
I go to Bucky's, and Barber's the back way. So
Right.
I get there.
Was
pretty
Bucky's and Barber's in the same trip though?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
they're
thought
right there
you were right
next
there
to
by
each
it.
other.
Yeah.
If you're going to Barbers, you're going to
And
Bucky's.
we
Yeah.
were going to do Bass Pro Shop too, but we
Just too
bailed
much.
out.
It's just too much.
We, after we got that brisket in the car, we had to get home and eat that baby.
Just John needed to get home.
I'll tell you one thing, it won't be long till Leeds annexes Birmingham. You know it? To West Leeds.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Brand new hour, brand new day, brand new week. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here today. And welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussett.
Rick, glad to be here, honored and privileged, and thank all of you for allowing us to do this now for 27 years.
Bubba, time to
Come on.
Yeah, time to feel that 27 years. I felt this way when we had Hunter's birthday just the other day, and Blake Burgess,
Big Blake.
Richard Blake Burgess, Boomer himself, 30 years old today.
Wow.
The big 3-0.
Big 3-0.
Wow.
Sherry and I sent him a funny card. He lives in New York, so we sent him a card, and it was very, very funny. And the card it has big 3-0 on the front, and it says, take this card and hold it up over your head. So when you hold it up over your head, you turn over and it says, for just a minute, you're under 30 again. And
that's funny.
So anyway, he's
30.
Yeah, out there, man. And
30.
And he's having he's an actor, and COVID has destroyed so many. Man, he had it like he liked it, and he had jobs galore, and so many of them went out of business and stuff. And he's got some things that are percolating right now that if they'll just fall, it could be big. But and I'm not allowed to talk about them. But anyway, hopefully things. He's a personal trainer, though. The good news is he does have a lot of expertise in that area, and he does that whenever the gigs are down. But boy, I'm telling you, it's been tough on those in the entertainment business.
Oh, I know.
I mean,
I know.
And so he. But anyway, so 30 years old. It's funny because he says, there was a time when the show started, and he said, we were the first ones out there because when the show first started, I was on one that had kids, and he said, so we were the first kids to be kind of thrown out there into the bits, and you'd do something, and Daddy and Bubba would be talk about it on the air, and you'd try to go to school, and everybody's talking. But you did something over the weekend, and everybody knows about it. And he said he said nobody knows what that was like to be the first ones out. And I said, well, look, we got time to feel. But Boomer has given us over his life a lot of great stories.
He has.
I mean some good ones.
When he was little, he had the blondest hair.
Oh,
and
yeah.
had the real wavy.
Yeah.
And I remember him running around a little cotton top.
Oh,
just a flying.
Absolutely. And buddy,
Run right under a table. Never check up.
well, let me tell you what you didn't want. And we talked about this so many times. You did not want to go to Chuck E. Cheese and little Boomer with that hair that Bubba's talking about, just curly white hair. If his cheeks ever got rosy,
Yeah.
watch out. Because
playing hard.
that means that he's had too much pizza or too many sweets, and he is on a sugar high or something.
Watch out.
And I'm in these little tunnels, and I ain't coming out. And don't let me have my red cowboy boots on, or you'll never get me out of here. And I mean, it just all the funny stories about him in Little League. Do you remember all that?
Oh, yeah.
Good
Do I?
gracious. And
There's a ton of when
yeah.
you do Little League updates. That was,
my
goodness.
gosh, he was because it was the first time we had a kid to do
Yeah.
bits with, and him talking about. I remember the time, which here's the chip off the old block, when we look out in the field in baseball and he's not out there, and we can't find him, and we look and he's sitting in the stands eating a hot dog.
Yeah, yeah. And don't forget the time he fell asleep in the dugout.
Yeah, fellas, they just Boomer liked to get to bed. He went to bed. He's kind of like Bubba. He was early to bed and early to rise.
Yeah.
And so they, remember in 7:30 games, they wouldn't even start till about 8 because they never start at 7:30.
Never.
And I hear the ump out there calling for a batter. Coach, you got me a batter. And they go in there, and Boomer's asleep in the dugout.
That game done run too late for him.
So there's been a lot of great
I felt that way coaching sometimes.
Yeah. I remember Coach Hall, you can give me a batter? I'm like, oh, gosh, that's got to be my kid. So all those, and and then, of course, we even started telling these stories on the trip Friday night. And unfortunately, he was also the first time that any of us had a son playing sports. So none of us really knew. He faced the brunt of young dads that were trying to coach the Little League that hadn't really learned yet.
Yeah.
So we did a lot of things wrong. And,
Really into it.
Yeah, really into it. Way too into it. And I sometimes I'll go to him and say, man, I'm sorry about that. If you just told me you had a migraine, I wouldn't have got on you like that. And I didn't realize you should have been out there playing. That's on me. But hey, it's made you tough.
But look how tough you are now.
Yeah, that's made you tougher.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. And like I say, I remember 10, 23 inches long. Wow. Yeah, that's a big old baby.
That is a big baby.
I remember that.
Yeah. So and
huge.
And some people that if they're born and they're big and then they don't mean they're going to be big.
Yeah.
He's just stayed big.
Yeah.
So he's And so we were 30 years old today, so I'm giving him a hard time about it.
Yeah. Well, you
Happy
need to.
birthday.
Look, there he is.
big
There he is
3-0.
with his Rick and Bubba Christmas ornament. That's when somebody means business. Right there.
That's when the Christmas spirit is
Right,
overflowing. isn't it?
That's it right there. And he said he was also the first one to learn that you get things for your birthday and Christmas that Daddy got for free.
You're right.
Yeah, well, it's the thought.
Now this is funny. Put that picture back up because I'm going to tie that picture to something else. The quarterback that we see in this picture right here is Barrett Trotter.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what I sent you from Barrett Trotter's
I
wedding?
did. And Betty was telling me that he got married this weekend. And I didn't know he was getting married.
I didn't either.
And I talk to him every now and then.
Yeah.
And but you sent me pictures of his cake.
Look at this.
And it looked a lot like the giant wheel of meat.
All right, so how about that tie-in from a picture
Boy,
to
it
this?
does.
All right, no, it is. So there's a.
Wait, what are y'all doing on it?
This is in Fairhope, and look, the bottom is the wheel of meat.
Yeah.
It is.
You see the bottom?
Yes.
That's the wheel of meat.
And it's got the same pictures, some
Yes.
of them that are up here.
Well, that's cool.
I mean, here's.
I've never seen a
about
wheel
that?
of meat cake, by the way.
But maybe this is something we need to get into.
They did a really good job.
Look
of
right
it.
here.
You know,
really
I was
nice.
blown away by that, and I thought, well, I'm going to text him, and then I thought, what am I doing? You know,
Yeah, buddy, you can text him this week.
yeah, I'll get back with him later.
I knew he was a fan of show, but this is ridiculous.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
Look, that right there. Look at they even got the things you win on that.
I know.
Yeah.
The
It's got
picture.
everything.
The attention. That's got
Adler's
Adler's face.
picture
Look.
is on Barrett Trotter's
How did they
cake.
get access to all that? I wonder. Do we have it?
guys. Here's the thing.
That's awesome.
Let me tell you exactly how it went for me, and I'll tell you this story later. So Sherry and I, we had a what I thought was going to be a hangout day at the farm turned into a work day. Pippet is on somebody's wedding cake.
That is so good. Well, there you go. It ain't a wedding with an Adler's young face on it. Yeah.
Flowers.
Smell it. So anyway, I'm. You know how when you're busy, your phone becomes even weirder because you check on it every now and then, and you have no reference point on where this came from.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm out there, and we get in. We decide, which I'll tell y'all later, when I took Sherry on a little date at the farm.
Okay.
So funny. It's kind of like Bubba and Bucky's. But anyway, so anyway, I was also I looked down. I've got somebody sent me a picture. I'm like, well, what is this? And this particular number was not in my contacts. So all of a sudden, I pull it up and I see the cake that Adler just showed, and I'm like, "What reference point is this? Whose cake is this?"
Yeah.
And I said, "This is what are we doing on somebody's cake?" Well, I think it's a birthday or something like
Yeah.
that. And I thought even that was pretty. And then all of a sudden,
A wedding cake?
then all of a sudden, I get another text from our friend Craig Watley.
Yeah.
Hey, look right here. And I see this, and they just start pouring in.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's a wedding somewhere that has a cake that's Rick and Bubba theme. And eventually I started going, whose wedding is this? Mm-hmm. And then somebody said Barrett Trotter. And I'm like, why does Barrett Trotter have a cake that has Bubba and I as a logo on the top of it? And then all the things he did coaching and football-wise.
Yeah.
See, if you look in the middle,
Yeah.
this is him coaching, his high school, places he's coached, places he's played. And then the bottom comes back to Rick and Bubba theme and picks up the wheel of meat.
And in
I mean,
detail.
I'll tell you, I want to know who did that cake. You know, I got a birthday coming up.
Yeah.
You sure do, bud.
But I mean, I'm
What
with
if we
you.
got one that
I'm with
big?
you, Helms. We know Barrett and Barrett and Blake played together, but
Yeah.
but I
We
mean,
had him on sports. Was it sports hours we had?
Yeah.
him on?
Yeah.
but it's not like we
Sponge.
it's not like we stay in touch to the point that we should be his wedding cake. You know what I mean? It was like I didn't know he was. It was. It was
Well, he's
that.
gonna have to be a guest spinner, Rick.
Yeah. But how funny is that picture
Exactly.
of him and Blake when they both played at Auburn? And then Blake's birthday's today, so we used that picture, and he's in that picture, and then he has a Rick and Bubba cake at his wedding.
That's
I mean,
so
that's
cool.
weird.
That's
That
weird.
really is.
That's the Rick and Bubba universe tying together. So is that? I mean, did you? When I sent it to you, you were like, "What?"
Well, I know I was confused, and I started looking at it and zooming in, going, well, surely there's some explanation goes with it.
Maybe it should be available now that you can get Rick and Bubba themed cakes for your wedding.
There you go.
We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. First phone troll of the week. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Let's go.
Directory assistant, area code 212.
The first phone troll of the week. You make comments, ask questions, bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program is over. Now, here's the good news. We're 10 lines strong here at the Old Plaza. So we got a big old sample out there, a big old net we throw out. We pull in more calls, and because we do the phone troll, if you are one of the 10 that's holding, the buzzer kind of moves that line briskly in front of you. Picture if you were standing in line anywhere, and they decided that the person standing in front of you could only talk 30 seconds. You're like, well, this line will move pretty quick.
Yeah.
So anyway, there are lines available now, and you can get in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Brett out of Montgomery, I-92, WLWI. Brett, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was at Auburn when Blake was there.
Yeah.
And I worked for the football team, and my first day, I left practice and had just seen him there. We weren't friends or anything, but I went to a musical that night that he was in called Cabaret.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember that one, but I remember him laughing about the particular role that he was put in.
Yes, he played a guy named Hans, wore a lot of leather.
Yeah.
And it was really funny.
I do remember that.
That was my first meeting of Blake.
Yeah, well, I remember, too, if you remember, ESPN did a deal on A-Day when Blake actually was in
it was in a play.
Was it Hamlet? It was a Shakespearean play. No, it was King Lear. No, it might have been Hamlet. I can't remember what it was. But he actually had to go do the play like mid-morning, and they followed him, and he left the play, went into the dressing room, put on all his gear, went out on the field, did A-Day.
Yeah.
And they took him through that entire day together. And
you don't have a lot of overlap there usually with drama and the football team.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a lot. I mean, I'm sure it happens.
Yeah, I do remember that. Let's go to Pam in Birmingham, Alabama, 1047 WZZK. Pam, go ahead.
Hi.
Hey, Pam.
I just would like to get a suggestion. My husband is recovering from a transplant. He's getting his appetite back, so
good.
I'd like to get him a treat. And he's like y'all. He loves the meat and potatoes and sweets. And so what would you suggest?
Like his first meal back? I mean, what you should get him?
Well, he's been eating some, but now he's getting to where it's back to normal. So.
Right. So are you going to prepare it, or are you going to take him somewhere? Which one will it be?
What did he have done again?
Transplant.
I would have to pick it up because
kind
he
of
can't go in a
I
restaurant.
didn't know what kind of transplant.
Yeah, what kind of transplant was it?
He has bone marrow cancer, so it was a stem cell.
Okay.
Right.
So he eats like.
I didn't want to send him to a hamburger if he'd had some kind of heart issue.
Right.
That's why I was asking.
Wow, what's the problem with that?
Yeah, I'm starting over.
Well, I mean, Rick.
All right,
I think it was a valid question if we're truly going to help.
I wanted to ask, but I was scared.
Now, ma'am, on the board here it says in Birmingham. Is that? Or are you just doing it here? Where are you talking about?
Yeah, we have to know where you're going to get the food.
Actually, we have a temporary place because we have to stay up here several months.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a temporary apartment off of Cahaba Road.
Okay. All right. Well, here's what you need to do. You need to go to Nikki's West. Okay. And Nikki's West, and they will have everything that he loves if you said he eats like we do.
Oh boy!
So Nikki's West, and you can get him all those wonderful things. It's good old southern cooking, and he will love it. If he's a meat and potatoes
like Mama used to make,
kind of meal, that's where you'll get.
Yeah, he can get a meat and 4, not 3.
Yeah. So yeah. Go get him some from Nikki's West, and then sit there and watch him smile while he eats it.
Well, I knew you could tell me where to go.
Well, if you'll just look right there, it's if you pull up Nikki's West on your phone, it'll probably take you right to it.
Yeah, yep. It's just north of town.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Pam, and thanks for trusting us with that important question.
Yeah,
and plan time for a nap after.
Right. Let's go. Let's go to Greg in Alabama. Greg, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey,
buddy.
Y'all were playing that song Friday, Looking for a City.
Yeah.
And that song stuck in my head all day long.
Looking for a city.
did us too. We were singing it in the halls.
Yeah.
We sang it all day long.
I have nightmares about it.
I was just wondering how Adler's. Did he sing that song Friday night? Was it Adler?
No, it was actually Speedy.
Yeah.
Speedy.
Yes,
well,
sir.
how does his version sound compared to that?
We have a recording of it right here. Listen to it. Here it is. That's Speedy.
City, where will never die.
Speedy sound a lot like
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Well,
And no, they didn't do that, but they did tell us they'd had an encounter with James Canuck.
You know,
Yes,
that's some interesting information.
Well, I was trying out for my stage appearance with the Wilburns,
see his
and that's
driver's
what I went straight to, looking for a city in the lobby, and then that started the James Canuck conversation, which I was surprised to hear.
Apparently, if you're a tenor, you encounter James Canuck because he wants to come up and say, "Hey, have a little tenor competition."
Yeah,
I've heard some things that wasn't really flattering.
Yeah,
to be
I
honest
too.
with you.
Looking for a city.
To Alex in
To
Mississippi.
get up and sing like that, you got to be a special person.
Yes,
I'll say
you
that.
do. Alex, go ahead. 30 seconds.
All right, guys, I got a recommendation. So back when I was in college, it was in the middle of Adler's daily documentaries. I didn't have satellite TV. I studied like a good college student at Mississippi State University. And then I listened to Rick and Bubba on TuneIn, and I watched daily documentaries. And I felt like I was more in tune with you guys than ever before. I missed that. Can we do like a monthly or a weekly or just something?
Okay, you want the documentaries back.
Well,
Poor Adler.
in all fairness, Adler did such a great job with that, and he won't just put out something halfway.
No.
So he went all out, and it took so much editing time to do that. I don't know there's enough time in the day now for that and Ruby.
Yeah, you got everything that we need here at the show just daily. You got Ruby.
That's a lot. That's a full plate right there. It's like you slid the tray down at Nikki's way.
And also, it's important to point this out too. There's been things added to Adler's schedule.
Oh yeah.
When the documentary was removed.
Oh yeah.
So
There's a lot going on now.
podcast me.
Yeah, got a lot to do. So maybe a once every blue moon there'll be something.
What if it was once every blue moon documentary?
Well,
that's what we named it.
But I will tell you
like
this.
that.
Here's the good news for this guy. He does do a job of pulling segments from the show throughout the week and putting them out there. You are getting new stuff.
Yeah.
So
There's daily. There's something out there.
Yeah.
That's right. I do want to mention that a lot of times people say that they don't see our stuff in their news feed and stuff like that. We are getting kind of silenced by big tech, so be sure to check out our social media pages every day. There should be a new clip up there every weekday.
Hey, Adler.
So are we getting silenced?
Yes. Adler, let me ask you this. If you subscribe to our YouTube channel, does that make a difference?
It'll help, but remember, you can always just click,
Just look.
Yeah, click and go, and there should be something around lunch every single day on those pages.
Okay, thank you.
Big tech.
Discriminating.
Yeah. Big Tech doesn't like to promote us out there, do they, buddy?
No. Heck no.
Yeah, every time you look around, you see Big Tech around every corner.
Bubba's shifting around. He's getting mad. I can tell.
Well,
He didn't like
between that and Harry and Meghan, I don't know what we're going to do with two today.
You know what? You want to find Harry and Meghan, you find it everywhere. You want to find Rick and Bubba, you got to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, they ought to edit some of that.
Now, here we go.
Just from boredom. Who cares?
Bottom of the hour.
Ooh, my servant.
Oh, he felt bad.
All this wealth and people waiting on you hand and foot was too much to bear. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. Allform.com/Bubba. Man. We love having them partner with us here on the program. And we're talking about, how we all got some of the furniture from there. And Sherry and I were just down at the farm Saturday, loving the new Allform chair, family farm. Look, it's truly outstanding, high-quality, handmade-in-America furniture, including armchairs, sofas, sectionals, and love seats at affordable prices. And here's what we love about it. It's customizable. Ships right to the door from their factory in beautiful North Carolina. You pick your fabric, your color, the leg types, plus sofa sizes and shapes to make sure it's perfect for you in your home, or maybe you're getting it for your office. If you have kids or you have pets, don't worry. You're going to love that all the fabrics are spill, stain, and scratch resistant. Yes, you need that. They really do have something for everyone. Various armchairs and love seats all the way up to an 8-seat sectional sofa. So if you and here's, I know a lot of you thinking, well, Rick, we're talking about customized furniture. I like it. We're talking about the fabrics that I want, and they're stain resistant and scratch resistant. I like it. I like that they're handmade here in America. I like it. I like that, but what about if I don't like it? Well, a 100-day free trial. If you get it in your home or your business and you don't like it, within 100 days, they'll take it back, free returns, full refund. So go to allform.com/Bubba. You now save 20% off anything you buy, and you get a forever warranty. That's Allform, A-L-L, allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off anything you buy. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So the weather this weekend was wonderful. And, Bubba, you were talking about going to the Ham Fest and to the boat show, and you and your family once again have become regulars at the Buc-ee's near here. So Sherry and I on Saturday, it was an absolute beautiful day. And I don't mind. I could have used a little less wind, but as far as a little too much wind blowing. But other than that, it was good. And nothing to do with what I ate. But, not that type of wind. But anyway, so
Greg wasn't in here, so I'll let it go.
Yeah. So we're both are real busy right now. So anytime we get a little day together, we say, well, how are we going to make today count? Well, we got some stuff going on at the farm, and Sherry's got her little area that is, about beauty, and then I have my little area that's about hunting and fishing. And so her little area, her little flower beds and all this, they needed to be weeded. They needed to be, stuff needed to be pruned. And we got to talking about that, and she was like, well, let's just go today. Let's just go and let's do that today. And then she said something which I found to be cruel, but I will say this, I give her props because it worked. And women have been known, they know how to make things work. They're going to end up getting their way, but I've never seen her go this route before. She says, well, here's what the deal is. I don't want, she's very particular about certain areas that Gary and I are not allowed. Because she says, y'all know how to knock stuff down and chop stuff down. But when it comes to beautification, she had another word for it. I can't remember what it was. This is not y'all's area. So what I really need from you is just, basically she was saying, I need you to be labor. And I'll do the detailed stuff. You just haul things off. Fine. And then she did this because she could tell that I was kind of, I like to go to the farm to have fun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It needs to be a fun place.
And kind of regroup and refresh. And she said, and really, honestly, there'll probably be times that I'll be in the middle of something you can just fish. And I thought, oh.
Opportunity.
Oh, okay.
But that sounds like I may be calling you. I don't want to get ahead here and ruin Mickey Dean's story, but
no. See, I didn't think that through, Bubba. For that moment, and I know this is where we all
and
go.
I blame Greg. Anytime anything happens, I look to all the negative that can happen, and I don't want to be that person. And I am an optimist overall, but
I guess it's this, and
Greg has influenced me in a negative way.
I know. Well, it's one of my favorite times during the week, because there was a time, and I'm not saying this is not a wonderful time of life either. I was talking to a young dad about this too because he was in the middle of it. I enjoyed, like I said, it's one of my son's birthday today. It was fun. It was a great time when Saturdays started early and they didn't end, and we ran from one ball field to another. Yeah. God bless that time. Glad I had it. Glad it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
So now empty nest, Rick and Sherry, when we have a Saturday, if neither one of us have anywhere we got to be, we sleep till we're ready to get up, and then we get our BuzzBox coffee and we ease into the same area, or we might go out on the screened-in porch or on the deck if it's a pretty day and listen to the birds and drink our coffee. Talk about scripture, talk about life, do whatever. I mean, I look forward to that.
Chase him.
I look forward to that when those Saturdays come. I mean, I just love it.
Yeah.
So which was one of my favorite times of the week. So then she said, "I tell you what, let's do it. Let's go to the farm and let's do it." So I said, "All right, I'm in." So we go. Well, y'all know. See.
Was it labeled as a work day, or was it just we're going down there?
Well, I shifted, and I shouldn't have done it. And if Bubba had been there, I wouldn't have done it. I shifted, which is wrong on me, as if I wasn't going to do anything but fish. I shifted. I shifted. I pictured myself with the rod. I started thinking what I was going to throw. Mm-hmm. I said, "Well, we got a little wind today," and I said, water's still cold because we're still having cold nights and cold mornings, and I'm thinking rattle trap. And I shouldn't have done that. And the reason why I shouldn't have done that is because I never ever had that rod in my hand, not one time. And it's back to what Bubba said, because the thing you have to remember, young husbands, if you start a project with your wife of any kind, this beget that, beget that. One thing, because you don't know till you get down there what you're dealing with. Oh, hey, okay, baby, I'm gonna take this load over to the pond, and I'm gonna put it on the burn pile way up above the pond, and then I'm gonna go be over by the pond.
Might be a while.
Okay. Oh, hey, Bubba, hey, Rick, come here. I need you. Okay.
Lift this
over here.
Move that.
Hey,
for
go
me.
over and get you. You got to cut that down. Mm-hmm. And I said, baby, I don't know that we got the. No, you can do that. Just take that and go over there and take this bush and take it out.
So now, the old weed whacker.
Yeah. What's that? What's that big one that's serious? To me, it looks like you break chains with it. It's
yeah, I know what you mean.
That you
trimmer.
You've got a chain with it. It's got the big old.
The big teeth on it.
The big teeth on it, and I mean it'll cut
something. Pinchers.
Well, yeah, there's a name for it. But anyway, so
limber or something.
Basically, now I'm underneath little bushes that have died in the winter. And I'm cutting them, at the
It's
base.
more fun if you got something that you have to crank up.
Yeah,
correct.
Or battery powered now.
And which that was brought up again.
The limb saw is unbelievable.
So here's how it would go.
No noise.
Work.
Some pruning shears.
And I even had what I should have done is I should have laid my rods, but then there was no room because guess what the vehicle turned into? Haul it.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have your
Hey,
stuff.
come over here. Hey, and then this happened. Oh my goodness, look at the limbs all over this place. Have you not picked up these limbs since we had the storms, baby? I hadn't been. When I come down here, I usually come down here and look at cameras and fish.
Rick, tell them it turns into good fertilizer.
Hey, we need to go over here. You know what the first project when I knew I was in a bind? Picking pine cones out of the driveway. Mm-hmm. I'm like, what? Yeah, and then you can use those over to fire, and then all this and. So let me tell you what it ended up being. All I did was haul one thing, and by the time just about the time that I would haul, unload, and think going to get Rod, Rick, and I'd see her wave, hey, and I said, and then there's that moment where you got to watch out because now you're making progress on the job, and yes, they mentioned fishing. It was they who mentioned it. But I kind of start thinking, I don't know, I can't find a window to mention fishing again. Because I'm going to think if I mention fishing at the wrong time, because we all know, and young husbands, they will forget that they ever mentioned fishing. And before you know it, you're the person in the middle of a job that thinks you should be fishing other than doing this, and you don't even know how it happened.
Yeah.
Because you're like, wait a minute, you're the one that said I may fish some. That was you who said that. But wisely, I'm 56, I never once said, well, I thought I was going to fish some, because that would have been...
Ooh.
Rick, this is what I would suggest for that. Like you're sent to the burn pile.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say, what time of day were you down there?
I guess we got there late morning.
So let's just say, or did you stay past lunch?
Oh, yeah. Well,
let's just say it's 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
and you are sent to haul off some stuff to the burn pile. And you know it takes 15 minutes to go and unload it at the burn pile. We'll just use these figures for it.
Right.
You say, I'm going to carry this to the burn pile. I'll be back at 2:30.
Call a time.
Just tell them when you're going to be back, and then you do what you need to do, and you come back at 2:30, and they go, I thought you were coming back. And you said, no, remember I said 2:30.
That's good.
So in that time, you do what you need to do on that side.
Right, because there's a lot to be done over there.
You got to check the pond.
And you got to check
What were you doing? Checking the pond.
I was checking the pond.
Yeah, the trees the beaver tore up. You got to check them.
I said, I hadn't seen the trees yet to see what's going on with the beaver.
You got to check the pond.
You know how many times I fished? 0.
So sorry.
Did have something happen at lunch. It was interesting, though.
Rick!
Yeah. Well, 15 minutes to the top. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. So, you know, anytime it's one of those work days, and I will tell you, Sherry is she's a difficult foreman. I mean, she's a hard worker.
She's not into breaks.
She's a go-getter.
Hurry back.
She works hard.
Let's go.
So finally, you know how sometimes
I break for ice cream.
Yeah. You know how finally you just have you ever gotten to the point where you become so either tired or so fill in the blank that you don't even do a sentence? Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna do it, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. So we're over there, and I'm on some load and loading up the back of the dump thing again. And finally, with no beginning and end, I just shouted this word: hungry, so hungry. and that's it. I mean, I didn't do a paragraph. I didn't expand on my hunger like that. She goes, yeah, we need to get lunch here in a minute. Like really hungry. Like gonna act up in a minute hungry. You know, that kind of stuff.
Hangry coming.
Gonna be bad person hungry. So very hungry. And so she's like, well, now, you know, and we both been trying to do better. We talk about here at the show doing better. Sure. Of course, but guys, I don't know if y'all know this, but rural America and doing better don't go together. Mm-mm. What these people are, they work so hard, it don't matter what they eat.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. Did you notice there's no gyms there?
No, they don't need a gym.
That's a fact.
So, but I'm the guy who came from the nearest city who's pretending this life but doesn't live it out. Mm-hmm. So
You brought hunger with you.
I do a radio show. Yeah. Remind me to tell about a guy I met last night on that note. But anyway, so I've never had somebody come and confess something to me like what he said, but I'll tell you. So anyway, and if I got time, I'll even work it into this story because it may fit.
All right.
So she goes, Sherry realizes at that point, it's like I holler out, hot. You know, if I'm not putting together sub sentences or paragraphs, I'm getting difficult. Uh-huh. Sleepy. Wow, sleepy. You know, and so I don't even do.
She ever hand you a Snickers?
Hungry. And she goes, gosh, I better. What you don't want, she'll tell you this. What you do not want, don't let him be sleepy, hungry, and tired, and hot. If he's hot, sleepy, hungry, and tired, you don't want that. That's a bad. You know, that was the one that happened that time that I ended up.
You're not yourself anymore.
Well, you remember that was one of the worst arguments we ever had. Was she tried to put me out on the side of the road somewhere.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
Claimed your skeleton would be.
She said, I'm pulling over and you're walking home. I said, I got to tell you something. If you think I'm getting out of this car and walking, I said, let me tell you how committed I am to not doing that. You can sit here. My body will be a skeleton. I said, you'll look over here and you'll see a seatbelt across bones. And I said, you'll have to go through the whole decomposing process. I said, I am immovable. And she said, we laughed about it now. You know, she goes, I really didn't know what to do with that. I said, well, I'll tell you what you did. We finally went back into drive, didn't we? She goes, yeah, well, nothing I can do with that. So anyway, I started announcing hungry and with no paragraph.
Yeah, shouting it.
So she said, hungry. Wow, hungry. I'll give a wow hungry. Mm-hmm. Hot. So anyway, yeah. Well, wow. So she goes, okay, we're going. Now where can we go here to get something healthy? I said, nowhere. We are in Chilton County. Mm-hmm. We're going nowhere that's healthy. No. I said, here's your choices.
These people work. Yeah. It's okay to have a 2,000 calorie meal.
Yeah. I said, just tell me which meat and three you want. Mm-hmm. There's nothing else. Everything here is meat and three. And I brought up one, and she goes, we literally saw somebody leave there in an ambulance.
Mm. It's pretty close, though.
And I said, but real close.
Yeah.
You know, Big Love, he says he won't eat there. Because Dad, they took a person out. I said, son, you're looking at it all wrong. That's the restaurant you want to be in. Yeah. If it's killing people, then that's great food.
Yeah. Hey, it took 20 years to clog that artery.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There you go, Bo.
He said, well, does it bother you that the drop ceilings are stained with nicotine? Not really. I know we're in a good place. So I said,
it flavors everything.
So she's like, is there anywhere we can eat? I could eat something sort of healthy. I said, well, yeah. I said, I'm thinking hickory chip.
No, you didn't.
She goes, hickory chip. And I said, oh, yeah, absolutely.
Terry's gonna be mad.
Hey, Gary likes to go with that hickory chip.
Oh, yeah.
And so I said, hickory. I said, they got kind of expanded menu. They probably got some stuff there.
Well played.
And she goes, you're telling me I can eat healthy at the hickory chip? I said, well. You're gonna have to work at it. I said, but I bet they got some sort of chicken. You know, you ever notice how we'll take chicken and just throw it around? Yeah. You know, as if if it's chicken in it, it must be healthy. No, how about this? There's all kinds of unhealthy ways to eat chicken, and I found them all. Okay, so
matter of fact, they're my favorite.
Right, that's the ones I like the most. So you're going to tell me I'm going to eat healthy at Hickory Chip? I said, no, I didn't say that. I'm just saying that there's probably some opportunity there at Hickory Chip. And she started asking, she goes, have I been to the Hickory Chip? And I said, surely. She goes, I hear this thing about the Hickory Chip. Mm-hmm. And so, and it's not as close to the farm as I might have.
It's really not.
I mean, it's not that bad. And so we work our way there, and they throw the menu. Of course, this is when you're at a good Southern restaurant. Is if they refer to you as honey, sugar,
darling.
How many of y'all got, honey? Just 2. Okay, y'all want to sit back?
Sugar, y'all need refill on that?
Hey, baby, you want some sweet tea?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. You know it. And honey, what about you, baby? What you gonna get to share? Well, I'm trying. Don't even. It's almost like I kind of want to say, don't embarrass me in here.
Yeah.
Don't ask a salad question or something like that. I remember I start laughing. Listen, I start laughing. Sherry says, "What are you laughing at?" I said, "I just love this. This is our place. You and I come. This is our culture. This is where we're comfortable." I said, "Let me tell you something. This is a part of America that's dying." Okay. Mm-hmm. She goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "Can you imagine being in California? Can you imagine being in New York or some liberal place, like Austin, Texas?" Right. You know what I mean? And I said, "Can you imagine if you had these pictures on a wall in a restaurant there?" And I said, please scan these pictures." And she turns around, right over her shoulder where she's about to eat is a little boy with blood all over his face with a dead deer. I mean, right here. I said, must have been his first kill. And we're eating with a blood-stained kid with a dead deer. It's right over our shoulder, framed, and I've got little tears coming up. I said, "Look over here! Look at the fish guts over here." They caught a lot of fish that day, and so we, so I convinced her that the roasted chicken. I said, I got roasted chicken. No, she goes, "I noticed it's a half a chicken." I said, "Well, you can have half of the whole." Yeah. I said, I'll be going the other way because I was shouting hungry, if you remember, and I know I got work left to do. So we ate at the Hickory Chip, and I tried to convince her that sweet potato fries are healthy.
You did?
Mm-hmm. I said,
"What's the old sweet potato part?"
They got sweet potato fries. She goes, "Is this the one here on the menu that says sweet tater?" I said, "That's the one. You can get them in fries if you want." And roasted chicken. And I said, and baked beans, that's a protein. She goes, "Why don't we just have a meal?" I said, "No, it's like Bubba talks about peanut M&Ms. I'm not saying that this is the most healthy choice.
Yeah, somewhat healthy.
But it's somewhat healthy at a place like this." I said,
it's healthier than the other choices.
Yeah. I said,
plus baked beans just lift your whole attitude.
Yeah. I said,
especially when you're out working.
Oh yeah. So I had baked beans, and I had the roasted chicken. Okay. Trying to do a little bit better, and I had a sweet tater. And it was really, really good. Of course, it had the cinnamon and all that.
Gravy on it.
Yeah, right. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's kind of fuzzy, my jaw full of pain. You can bet I ain't speaking to Annie again. Just yapping about therapy.
Six minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here in the mix this hour. So we'll jump into a little bit of a Your America coming here in a minute, but I was going to tell you this. Remember I told you I said I had a guy say something to me last night that I've never had somebody be this straightforward. So anyway, we were discussing, doing a little work and over the weekend and how, us with our little job here doing the radio and we have to watch what we eat, but people who work hard and do labor all day don't have to worry about it. So we were doing a couple of men's gatherings over the weekend for the manchurch.com one Friday night back where the show began up there in the Hoax Bluff ball play area at Union number 3, and it was a great night, and Speedy joined the Wilburns. And then last night in Warrior, or if I want to be real specific, Bubba, Smoke Rise, Alabama, right outside of Birmingham, at Crossroads Baptist Church, we had Man Church going into and them doing the 40 weeks of curriculum. And we had a ton of men sign up for that, so it was very exciting. And thank the pastor and everybody there for believing in what we're doing. So anyway, and taking discipling men serious. So when it's over, sometimes guys will come up and we'll have a little talk and had some great things. And there were some men that made some big decisions in their life, and we were celebrating all that. And all of a sudden, a guy comes up over. He said, I want to talk to you just a minute. I said, yes, sir. I said, what's up? Oh, you an apology. And I thought, well, that's rare in my life. Usually I have to apologize to people, Oh, you and your partner an apology. And I said, you talking about Bubba? Yeah. Never liked you.
Okay.
Just didn't have no respect. My wife thought y'all think y'all great. I just said I don't have respect for two men that do anything, sit around and talk. They need to get up and get a real job. And I said, well, I appreciate your frankness. And, it just bothered me. What kind of job is that? Yeah, I understood, sir. I agree with you 100%. But you know what? After tonight, I got a little different look at you guys, and I just want to come over and apologize to you and pass that along to Bubba. So, Bubba, I want you to know that.
Tell him I appreciate it.
Sorry. But my wife liked y'all. I just didn't ever say, I got no respect for two men that ain't got a real job.
Rick, that sounds like the speech Dad gave me when I took this job.
I know. I was about to say, and I thought to myself, sir, you're not bothering me. The same thing my dad said when I told him about this pathway. But guess what else I met on the good side? The pastor of the church is married to Malcolm Street's daughter, I think. Did I have that right? Or maybe. Anyway, Malcolm Street.
So you got that tied in.
And he said that he said they're actually trying to get some old recordings. He said, because I never heard him. And the reason why that's important, that's the man that was a legend in radio when Bubba and I were coming up where we're from, and gave me my first paying job in radio. I get paid. So the one
taught us to hold our ears.
Hall building material hall. And he said he laughed. He said, I laughed when I heard you on the air the day talking about him saying it would behoove you to do something. And
Malcolm Street is nothing but the Calhoun County basketball tournament.
Oh, yeah.
He would have his table set up.
Tournament.
with his WHMA logo on the front,
Right.
talking about the county tournament.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And he would.
So
that's all that is.
Well,
to
you
me.
think about how
When I was
we're
a
able to
kid.
document so much now. He said, we're trying to keep some stuff of him when he was in radio, but the only thing you had to record anything then was a reel to reel. And my goodness, you realize how long it had to be if you were going to record something? The ability to record things in those days was limited.
Yeah, it really was.
Yeah,
To
especially
keep it
long
term. Yeah, that was.
So anyway, that was.
And he was partners with Doc Hudson, who was his engineer partner.
Oh yes,
and
They knew Mr. Allen.
oh well, he worked for him.
Oh,
yeah,
see?
Sure.
Yeah,
All
that
tied
was the
together.
first time I saw Theodore. He was working at WHMA.
You talking about Ted?
Absolutely, he opened the booth up and let us stick her head in.
You're right, that's
and it
right.
was that old, but you had to do the steps
Oh yeah.
up. and all.
So I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
the
It's
tournament.
quiet memories there. I
All
tell
right. So we got some things today in Your America. Bubba, you were telling me that the latest cartoon character that's in the crosshairs of the cancel society is the legendary Pepe Le Pew.
Well, Rick, you read this headline, you think, well, this must be a joke, right?
Yeah. Pepe Le Pew's in trouble.
And then you remember that Mr. Potato Head got the axe. So
Dr. Seuss, Mr. Potato Head, we've got.
Have you seen the meme where they have cancel heaven and they're welcoming in the new members? I mean,
Yes.
it's hilarious.
Let me tell you what, I laughed my head off at Babylon Bee. And you mentioned Hitler's Mein Kampf, however you say that?
Mein Kampf.
However you say that,
Yeah,
his.
I'm not saying it right
his-
either, but you know what I'm talking about. He wrote a book telling everybody exactly what he was going to do.
And that means my
dream or my
struggle
plan
or
something.
struggle or
I
something.
can't remember.
But here's what's funny.
My German's a little
So
off.
Babylon Bee has a picture of the cover of it, and it says that now Hitler's book has finally been canceled because they found an illustration up in the corner of an Asian man with chopsticks.
That's so good. We're going to finally ban it. That's it.
so anyway, so Pepe Le Pew, Bubba, is now in the crosshairs, or as some people call him, Governor Cuomo.
Rick, the headline here
nothing
is
on that.
I'd already moved into what I was going to say.
I wasn't listening, dang it.
The headline here really sums up the whole article. It says the French raccoon Pepe Le Pew is now cut from Space Jam 2 following allegations that the French skunk normalized rape culture and taught boys that no really didn't mean no.
So
now here he
Pepe
is.
Le Pew.
He's making his movie. The cat always got white paint on it every episode.
Yeah.
And he was just the romantic Frenchman that just kept on pursuing the love of his life, Rick.
All right. Well, I have to say this, and I know that the left, they are obsessed, and they consider France to be beloved, because they want us to go to a completely post-Christian, secular, European style of lifestyle. So
I didn't know they were doing Space Jam too.
Yeah, I remember that coming up at one point.
But how about this? He was in that because he was in the first one.
Yeah.
The cartoon. This is a cartoon, by the way. Let me be clear.
Bubba, it's a cartoon, not even of a person. It's a cartoon of a skunk.
The bad news for this is that if they get Pepe Le Pew, they're going to get all the Warner Brothers character. Bugs Bunny, all of them are gone.
Bubba,
They're next. No way around it. And they've already got another one today. I just saw that they're after Speedy Gonzalez now.
Yeah, he's been defended for some reason. The New York Times columnist has blasted Speedy Gonzalez as corrosive stereotype. Pepe Le Pew. Now I'm going to try to help some of you leftists out there a little bit. First of all, Pepe Le Pew isn't real.
No.
Secondly, we're not looking at the cartoon behavior of a human. We're looking at the cartoon behavior of an animal. Have you ever watched animals in the dating world?
Yeah, you're right.
Pepe Le Pew is quite romantic.
Well,
yeah, I mean, this is an animal.
Yeah. Well, Rick,
this is a cartoon animal.
That's kind of what I was thinking. He's always talking about how he wants to romance this cat and take it to dinner and bring it and he's
no means no, Bubba.
Yeah, he's over the top. But
if you've ever ridden down the highway and saw a couple of dogs on the side of the road,
it's not very romantic.
Hey, bless her heart, she didn't even get dinner.
Yeah, Rick, and there's usually 4 or 5 of them fighting over.
Right. But Bubba,
I can tell you, cats are even worse.
Yeah. Oh. But what I'm saying is, are they not realizing, because the left never thinks anything through because it's emotional. They don't walk it out. What they're really saying is the French stereotype, the French culture should be canceled. Because what do you always hear about Frenchmen and how they,
Hey, guys, it's a cartoon. Just let's all lighten up.
Greg, and not a cartoon of a human, cartoon of an animal.
Yes.
Of a skunk.
How about this? The fact that it's talking.
A French skunk.
The fact that it's talking and it's talking French.
Oui, oui.
Is not real. Can't be held accountable.
Le Pew, they're talking about like he's a real person in this, okay?
Yeah.
Has long courted controversy with his behavior for unwanted advances and inappropriate touching. But according to those who have seen the script, he would have gotten in trouble at the hands of NBA star LeBron James in the scene that has now been deleted from the sequel.
What was so bad that it needed to be deleted?
Greg, it's a skunk. It's a cartoon skunk.
This whole thing's a little.
But here we go again. Why
It's
this
all
is dangerous,
cartoony
and I know I'm a broken record on this, but I think sometimes if you don't have something repped, you don't ever get it. Guys, if you want men to take the treatment of human women seriously, you can't lump them in with a cartoon skunk.
No,
they're going to say, "Oh, that's what y'all think is bad.
That's silly."
What Pepe Le Pew does? I mean, they're not going to take it serious. And here's on Speedy Gonzalez. Here's some of the trending things about it. Here's someone who is Mexican. He says, I don't know why Speedy Gonzalez is trending, but I'll say this. As a Mexican, I love watching Speedy Gonzalez growing up. He always outsmarted everybody that was trying to catch him or attack him. He said,
was fast.
He said, I'm Mexican. I don't want him canceled. We looked at him like, look, he's smarter than all the people trying to get him.
Yeah, he was never the butt of the joke. He won every time.
We love Speedy Gonzalez.
No
one looks at that cartoon and somehow thinks negative of people of Latino descent. I don't even know how you tie that together.
What?
Rick, here I've got an update on. According to Dateline, the deleted scene shows Pepe Le Pew as a bartender who grabs the arm of a woman and begins kissing it. The character then responds by slapping Le Pew and pouring a drink over his head. LeBron James follows up by delivering a stern rebuke to the skunk, telling him that he cannot grab others without their consent.
Oh my
Well, it seems like that you would
that's
want that.
almost a good thing,
you
right?
would want that in the movie.
I'm confused.
You can't even try to make a cartoon politically correct, which I think is silly. People say never enough. We'll take your phone calls next at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Pepe Le Pew taken out of the Space Jam 2 movie. A cartoon skunk. Does anybody look to a cartoon skunk as an example of behavior?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now.
of gravy, please.
22 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is the number. Kathy's out of Hattiesburg. Pepe Le Pew, the latest in the crosshairs of the cancel culture, saying that he represents mistreatment of women. Kathy weighing in. Kathy, go ahead. Kathy? Hey, Kathy, you're on. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just listening to you guys talk about Pepe Le Pew being canceled, and it brought to mind movies like 50 Shades of Grey that are supposed to get all these accolades and be so great, and it's even worse. I mean, I've never seen 50 Shades of Grey, but from what I hear, it certainly encourages men to be aggressive. And what people will say is that, well, Pepe Le Pew is a cartoon and it's targeted towards children, and adults know better and they can watch it and not be affected, but that's not true.
No, it's not
adults
true.
Adults are just as affected by that type of stuff.
Yeah, I don't think Hollywood,
not as much as children.
Yeah, you made the point. I don't think Hollywood on this particular topic,
they don't really have a leg to stand
They
on.
have nothing to bring to the table. And you just mentioned, a series of these movies, and I'm like you, I know enough about what those movies are about to know that it's probably not the way, women have been used by Hollywood in degrading ways, I mean, over and over and over again, and they want us to look over here and be concerned about a cartoon skunk. I mean,
and the music industry as well.
Oh yeah.
Sad.
Oh, watch the videos that these artists put out that vote for the party and the worldview that's trying to cancel Pepe Le Pew. They pick and choose things because it's an emotional worldview, and they never see the inconsistency in their own agenda. They never do. The things that they're mad at, as we say, are weird, but what makes them really probably more weird are the things they seem not to be concerned about at all. It's almost like me deciding that I'm going to take on a problem, and I'm starting in an area that has the least amount of impact, as opposed to starting where the most impact.
It's almost like your car won't start, so you check the air in the tires.
Right.
Because I promise you, when it comes to bad behavior, the movie industry and even beyond what this lady mentioned has had a lot more to do with those type of assaults than Pepe Le Pew.
Right. Brian in Tuscaloosa. Brian, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I got to correct you. You said Bugs Bunny is in danger. He's years ahead of time. He's been cross-dressing for years, and it's been acceptable.
No, you're right. They probably will applaud Bugs Bunny because he's cross-dressed for as long as we can remember. But you know what? Back to how that impacts you. I never once, as a child, looked at that and thought, I think I'll cross-dress too. I thought it was him being funny, trying to act like he was a woman. Or
a lot of times going into disguise.
Well, plus I just thought he was a cartoon rabbit.
Yeah, right. Rick,
didn't he?
Rick.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's a talking rabbit.
Right.
That plays banjos and jumps out of holes everywhere. Come on.
Jeremiah out of California. Jeremiah, how you been, buddy?
I'm doing great. How about you?
Fired up.
Hey, Jeremiah.
Loving it.
So I wanted to talk about the Pepe Le Pew thing right quick because it's like it goes to a bigger thing in the culture right now. Like as a young man, like the culture that's been building in terms of like, what's considered, inappropriate versus, what used to just kind of be, pursuing a girl, trying to court her or whatever, it's gotten like really crazy. Like to the point where like there's like, you can go look up like threads on Twitter where young girls are saying stuff like, oh, if a guy begs you, to, have relations with you and you do it with him, that could be considered rape because but I don't even understand it. Like, there's just so many, like, layers to this crazy society that's, like, coming to the point where it's, like, as a young man, like, I'm 22 right now. Like, it's hard to, even, like, know, can I even pursue a girl, like, or will I be considered, like, some sort of crazy stalker just because I like somebody? Like, it's weird.
Well, and you know what makes it even harder on you, Jeremiah, and you're right, which makes it even harder on you is, and I don't know when this started, is this almost desire to be the victim of something. And, of course, that's always dangerous because then it kind of dumbs down people who actually are victims of things. But you're right. If you're out there pursuing a woman for some reason, you're living in a time, and it doesn't have to just be this, where somebody wants to go on social media and claim that something took place, almost like they feel left out if nothing bad's ever happened to them or something. How does a man pursue a woman in this environment, to your point, and understand that at any moment what at one time was considered courting could all of a sudden be deemed passive aggressive. That's only our society could come up with the term passive aggressive.
Yeah, to me, that term doesn't even make sense.
Let's go to Clyde and Jackson. Clyde, go ahead.
Hey, what's going on, Rick and Bubba?
Buddy.
I'm more offended they actually making a Space Jam 2 movie, and really more offended they're using LeBron James in it. I mean, that offends me more than.
So you think that's Michael's area and he shouldn't be in it?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, I think Michael Jordan isn't he still in all that? But LeBron, he had other NBA stars in it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's go to Union Grove where Tim is standing by. Tim, go ahead.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Great.
There was this song by Hank Williams Jr. come out in the early 80s. It was called The Coalition, the band Coalition. And he was talking to Ben about they want to ban Foghorn Leghorn, Yosemite Sam and everything, and electric cars and Fender guitars. And at the end, he does this Daffy Duck voice. He goes, next thing you know, they won't try to stamp out ducks like that.
I don't remember that song.
Coalition.
The coalition against coalitions.
I remember his song about coalition.
I don't think I remember it. I'm going to have to research that.
Let's go to Will in Birmingham. Listen to ZZK.
I like the way he could do the duck.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Will, go ahead.
No, I was
Greetings,
worried.
Earthling.
Hey, buddy.
Just along the same conversation as the other fellow with Bugs Bunny, if you think about it, Pepe Le Pew should probably be celebrated for his diversity. I mean, the dude's actually dating outside of his own species, so isn't that
That's so good. That is good.
Well done.
That's funny.
Really, they're going to find out and they're attacking the French culture, and I thought that was the left was not allowed to do that.
No, really.
I thought that's what we were all trying to be.
It'll all come back around.
Oh, Bubba, every time. Look around. Look at Cuomo right now.
Yeah.
We've got Alec Baldwin today and Cuomo, and now suddenly they believe that no one should be canceled or attacked on accusations.
All of a sudden, they become due process people.
Yeah, when did that happen?
When did they all become these due process?
When it affected them.
Yeah, well, that's the way it normally works. Bottom of the hour. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. All right, so you know when you go to mypillow.com, there's obviously we started with the pillow, and now there's so many different things they're involved in. But if you're looking for some unique gift items or just some items to improve your own life, you need to check out, when you go to mypillow.com, there's something there called My Store. My Store. Think of this as your new Amazon option. If you're not happy with some of the things you see Amazon doing or being involved with, and you don't have to support that. There's some examples of things you'll find at mypillow.com by going to My Store. They have right side up apparel, microwave, magic, patented cookware. There's something there called Bleed Stop. You know, people have been talking about stopping bleeding. It's an item that stops bleeding in seconds. And also, we've got no stench sponges, the perfect cereal bowl, gunny tool holsters, biker alarm for motorcycles, made in America socks. What's happened here is Lindell's gone out to some of these people that are having a hard time getting their product to you, and they're now vetting out these products and creating an alternative to Amazon. And it's called My Store, and you'll find it there at mypillow.com. So there's a lot going on. So look for My Store right there on the website, and of course you can always shop the items that mypillow.com is famous for, and use our promo code Bubba and save yourself a lot of money by clicking on radio listeners. So go check it out. These are some items that Lindell and his company have vetted out that you may love, and it's a way to start finding things as an alternative to Amazon.com.
Is this a start to finally a legitimate competitor to them?
Sounds like it's going to be an attempt. So we'll see what happens. So there's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we had somebody on hold, and they went away out of Florence on WLAY, and he was asking this question, and I heard you and Greg talking about it in the kitchen. Is there a Coming to America 2 movie review today? And he was going to ask you that question.
I think absolutely.
And
absolutely.
so I haven't seen it. I know Greg says I'm worried about Greg's review because he's admitting that he fell asleep during it.
Yeah, and that may not have anything to do with the movie, but it didn't seem as and I may be wrong. Well, I mean, they're going to have their jokes, that are kind of edgy, but to me, the language wasn't as bad as the last one. I don't think. It may have been. I don't know.
Well, Coming to America,
I kept falling in and out of.
I openly admit it was so long ago when I saw it, and of course I was a different human being then. I didn't recall the language and some of the stuff in it being as bad as it was. So I was wondering.
You kind of forget over the years.
Oh yeah,
they had about everybody. I guess if you were still alive and you were in it, they had everybody that was in the original. Even Eddie as Randy Watson.
Really.
Yeah, Sexy Chocolate was there.
I don't want to give it away.
So funny.
But, Rick, I read the reviews Friday, and we had brought this up when we first were talking about it. Could Coming to America 2, which we were sure would have some of the same jokes, Eddie Murphy's an 80s guy, okay, that line of joking, would it survive today's critics? Okay, remember now, these critics, most of them are going to be in their 20s, maybe a 30-year-old here and there. The reviews I read just absolutely torched it. One of them used the term a lot of old man jokes. And I thought, well, this is, I can read between the lines. This is snowflakes seeing Coming to America for the first time. And they're just not used to the humor we had in the 80s where nobody cared.
Right.
So I did watch it over the weekend, and the language, of course, I don't recommend it for everybody if you are sensitive, okay? That's part of it. But it is not, there's not as much nudity as there was in the first one, let me put it that way. They do handle adult topics, but that's what they did in the 80s, and they laughed about it and went on, and nobody got all upset about it, right or wrong.
Well, throw all that to the side. What I thought, and again, it kind of was, the storyline was set more in Zamunda or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And to me, the best part of Coming to America was all the stuff, them interacting in America, trying to fit in, and you still have a little of that. The old guys are still at the barbershop, and they're funny.
Now, how do we get the barbershop guys?
They come here. He has to come find his son, but then they go back to Zamunda.
Oh,
that's where
he's needing to find a male heir to carry on because his dad is passing away, and there's issues in the Zamundan kingdom and surrounding
all he has is daughters.
areas, and all he has is $3. So James Earl Jones is back as a dad. All of them are there except his mom, and I don't know what happened to that actress. I don't know if she's alive or they talked about her as she had deceased in the movie, but I don't know why she was not on there. She may have deceased in real life. Don't know. But I'm shocked they got that many people back again.
A bunch of them.
And Rick, it's just, I mean, almost all of them you can think of. And of course, like Greg said, you had the barbershop scenes, and they play out
the old
this
Jewish man.
Yeah, they play out this scenario of looking for what he believes to be a male heir that may be living in America. Now, I don't want to give the plot away. That you can go with it from there. But Rick, the cameos by current or legendary singing stars, famous people doing what they did when they were famous, that just will pop up from time to time, unexpected. That part was very fun because I love a throwback.
Oh,
yeah. And there was a lot of references to the first movie. They even go back and think about things that happened, and you see the clip originally. So if you haven't seen the first one, it makes some sense to you. But I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah. And you don't know, Greg, because you fell asleep.
And it's nothing against the movie one way or the other. It's just when the weekends get here, if I just stop for a minute, I fall asleep.
Right.
Because during the week I don't sleep a lot.
Well,
as much as I'd like to.
Yeah, welcome. I do that all the time.
But I
fell asleep in the kitchen a minute ago.
Nostalgic wise, like I say, they did a good job of getting everybody back, I will say. But when Randy, I hate to ruin it for everybody, but when Randy Watson comes back out, which is one of my favorite parts, I believe that Eddie Murphy's got that with his band Sexy Chocolate.
That's. But I guess what
the singing cameos are unbelievable. I mean, they bring back some stars in this.
Well, I guess what the thing you're talking about, you don't want it to be, filthy, and you don't want to do all that. But at the same time, you also have this political correct comedy problem.
Yeah,
that makes things so vanilla they're not even funny. So where did it land?
Bobby,
on
did
that?
you ever figure out why the daughter on one of her arms it said Democrat, and that's all it said, and it never. I didn't really get it.
The costumes that they wore in Zamunda for their celebrations are unbelievable. How much they went into it, some of the dance thing. Wesley Snipes is in it. He plays the bad guy in this.
How about him?
I do too.
So he's pretty funny in it.
It was a good flashback, to go back to 80s and remember that the comedy wasn't quite. But you could tell this time they didn't carry it out as far as they would have. You could tell where they were tapping the brakes, going, "All right, we got to ease up here. This is getting." But still, the snowflakes barbecued them on the reviews of it.
Yeah. Well, they found out the deal before. If you don't, you try to play to the left, but it's never enough.
And Bubba, I read here in an article a few minutes ago the house that they used. That was, you remember when Evander Holyfield built that huge house in Georgia?
Right.
That's it. And some rapper named Rick Ross, I don't know who that is. He owns the house now. And he let them, and some of it they did the CG or whatever on it, but the inside the house and all that, and it's huge. It's like 50,000 square foot, and that's where they filmed it at.
I know a lot of it was shot Tyler Perry's place, and
because at the end it had the Georgia peach come up.
Right,
shot in Georgia.
Yeah, you see that come up a lot now.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see it. Don't know anything about it, but I will tell you this: the one moment of television I had this past weekend was Brian Regan's new comedy special on Netflix, and it's brand new because he talks about he went into the pandemic and came out a senior citizen.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And let me tell you, it's at Red Rocks, the amphitheater, and it's called On the Rocks because of that. Let me tell you, Brian Regan is as funny as he's ever been. I mean, it's all, he's not a dirty comic anyway.
He's funny.
But buddy, you talk about funny.
And
a lot of it's the stuff that drives us nuts.
Before we leave the topic, let me just underline again. In Coming to America 2, there's going to be a lot of language that if you're sensitive, you don't need to watch it. Okay, it's just that's the way the conversation went, and just warning.
All right,
that's why I can't comment because I slept through a lot of it that I can't say.
You're afraid to give anything because you don't know. You don't even know what happened in the movie.
I really don't.
There was you got to pay attention because it was one of those situations, Rick, where there's a lot of throw-bys, very quick, and you got to be paying attention or you'll miss them.
15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866 We Be Big, the number. And you can go to rickandbubba.com. Don't forget, you click on the store right now. We got a clearance sale going on, meaning a lot of Rick and Bubba products. Some of those that are legendary, that have been around a while. We're dropping the price of some of those, clearing them out for some new items that'll be coming this spring. So take advantage of that at rickandbubba.com by clicking on the store. You'll save yourself some money on some Rick and Bubba swag. So, Bubba, you've been worrying about this video all since we started the show today.
Well, any snake story, everybody's going to send it to me.
Oh, sure.
I got it about 100 times.
Yep.
But, these stories have just terrorized me as far as going to the restroom in the middle of the night. And now I have to flip the light on to be sure everything's all right at the toilet, before I start
You
my
don't take but
business.
one of these, and you'll start.
And, wow, what a story today. Ray Safara was about to sit down and use the toilet at his home in Cambodia. He initially thought the previous user had not properly flushed the commode. But as he looked closer, he realized he had a venomous cobra in the bottom of his commode.
Look at that at the head of it right there. Because for a minute you kind of think,
he's
got a plumbing issue.
Is that where he wants to stay?
Yeah, I don't. It even looks like that water's been used.
It does, right?
Mm-hmm, sadly.
Well, you guys going to get a lot worse here in just a second.
Yeah. So I saw the tongue for just a minute, and why would it seems like I would already be calling animal control before I'd be getting video out and shooting.
Well, I guess when you see something like that, you try to grab it with your camera just to prove people that you're not crazy.
Right. He's about to come out, by the way. You're going to get a good look at him.
So does it see him moving his phone or whatever he's recording?
Rick, I really don't know what the cobra's seeing.
I wouldn't expect that.
But you see this here, you go, well, that needs to be flushed again, And
then, there's not much you can do with them, though. Do you? If you flush them, does anything really even happen? You got to have a lot of force to move a snake out.
Well, it would be.
Here he comes.
It would be hard to get a shovel down in there to take care of that for sure.
No, what do you do in this situation?
Rick, I have not really reviewed there's a cobra in the toilet bowl plan.
What the suspense?
Now I need to update, what I would do, because clearly I don't have a plan to handle this kind of situation.
There's not normally a good plan for that.
I know one thing, I put that lid down and put something heavy on it.
Well, the first thing I would do if I looked down and saw that in the toilet is I would change my diet.
Right. You go,
oh boy.
How about that? Is that, y'all, there's just a few things that ought to be off limits,
and that's a cobra.
That's what they say.
In somebody's toilet. So I know
if you at night you don't spot that,
Cobra, Cambodia, in a commode. That's a situation I just don't want to be in.
No, there it goes back in again.
Yeah, I'm just glad it was in Cambodia and it wasn't like in
you had to
Walker
kill
County
it.
or something like that.
So you had to kill it. Like you can't. There's no reaching in there with anything and getting it because it's just going to go right back.
What do you do?
Well,
right back up in there.
You have to flush something down that toilet that'll take care of it.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get some out there though that can prove to you it's dead.
Yeah.
I don't like this idea of just flushing it away.
He's just going to make his way back.
Because he got in the system somehow.
Yeah.
And
I got to have that thing killed so I know it's gone.
What about the little tool that you pick trash up with? Some little pincers?
Yeah, you got to be quick.
No.
Yeah, but now you got a snake on your hands.
Yeah, I don't want him coming back my way. I want to put like gasoline down the line.
I want that thing that I was cutting limbs with.
I don't know that that's the
environmentally
appropriate thing.
But I don't think I can get to him in time. I think the minute I move toward him with it, he's going down just like he just did.
You're going to have to put something down that line to run him out. I'm sure they make something that they don't like, hopefully flammable.
Yeah, Bubba, this may be a thing where you just take the toilet and blow the whole thing up.
Yeah, or move.
Or just don't
burn the whole house down.
Just don't live there anymore.
Yeah, I just, you know what? Cambodia's not what it used to be. I'm out.
So
it ain't like the glory days. I'm out of here.
No, I don't know what you do with that.
Yeah,
that is.
I know what you don't do.
But you're right. What if you're in a middle of the night hover situation?
Oh, good night.
You're coming in for a landing.
And Rick, I hate to flip the light on at night because you don't want to wake up when you have to go to the bathroom. You'd rather just go in there, take care of it, and get out of there. But now you got, I have to flip the light on, and then you're blind, for a minute, and you don't know what you saw.
These stories that we've gotten over the years, I'm not that leery, and I probably should be. I'm not that leery with like my home toilet.
Right.
But we have a toilet in the barn.
Ooh.
And I mean, it's all walled off and weatherized and everything. But the fact that
barn toilet.
The fact that it's
not a barn toilet.
I don't.
But Rick ain't in there where the toilet is. It's getting in your field line septic.
But for some reason, I think that one out there is more susceptible.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because it's probably not used as much.
Bust these pipes open and snakes get in there that way too, Rick.
Yep. There you go.
I mean, that happens all the time.
Don't we have enough to worry about to have that?
I know.
Some there.
Good. You know what? You work so hard not to get COVID, and a cobra bites you on the butt.
Right on the butt.
Yeah, that'd be my luck.
I believe.
Rick, that story just leaves you just feeling weird.
They're also suggesting to flush a mongoose down the toilet.
That's a good idea.
You couldn't flush a mongoose.
Ricky Tikki-Tavi.
You could. All right,
Don't play no games with them cobras.
Couple of items out there today too.
I got cobras where I live.
Yeah, I know.
Luckily, I don't deal with cobras.
Here's the problem, Bubba. Where you live, there shouldn't be cobras.
Right.
But some idiot will bring one.
Yeah. We had one loose for a while.
Well, they're great pets,
If I could, I just think, we can't transfer, you can't transfer deer across state lines.
I know.
But yet people can transfer cobras and all kinds of weird lizards and.
Ask the Everglades about them.
Yeah.
About the pythons.
Yeah, that worked
out. How good that turned out.
That worked out.
Hey, they got it. I mean,
they got a big issue.
Well, it's destroying the whole ecosystem.
You got the python hunters down there trying to get them up.
You can't find a squirrel down there to save your life.
Forget a rabbit. Done.
Yeah, gone.
Well, because when you think about it, when you think about the fact that some of us make decisions on our on the quality of life, and we've got animals we have to deal with where we live. Not a lot, nothing.
Sure.
But the biggest problem is what people bring into your neighborhood.
Yeah, that's
I know. That and kudzu.
Right.
Same thing. It was brought in.
It was. I mean,
it's not native.
No, it's not. Just like some of these exotic pets. I don't. There you are saying that cobra's in Cambodia, but you don't know whether that cobra's not down the street.
Yeah.
But
some moron had to have a snake.
Don't you think that's a reasonable rule to say you can't bring cobras into places where they're not indigenous? That seems reasonable.
I don't even think you ought to be able to keep dangerous pets like that. I mean, poisonous snakes and all. Well, any snake really, but
I wish I could be in charge.
Especially
I wish I could be in charge, and it was totally my call that people had to bring their pet ideas in front of me, and I would say absolutely.
You
not.
approve it or not?
And I'd go, "That is
you're like a
approved.
pet
You can
czar."
keep moving."
Yeah.
I wish I'd love to be pet czar.
Yep.
You can come in. You can't.
Yeah. What do you want to have in your gated community? Well, I'd like to have a tiger. Denied.
Denied. Next.
Look, I'm not going to get into this, but I'd get rid of. I'm not going to get specific. I should say, I'd get rid of certain dogs.
No, I would too.
Yeah.
No, you don't think I wouldn't. You'd be happy with me as a czar.
Okay, good.
But now you can have all the orange marmalade tabbies you want.
So what is that you have with you? Is that a horse? No, it's a dog. Denied. This dog was bred to do what? Denied.
That one that's drooling, trying to eat me alive right now. I'm gonna pass on him.
Yeah, denied. And I've also realized too that in the pet world that I've kind of moved in that mold about like we're too old for like little kids anymore, but I like being around little kids. But my favorite way to visit little kids is for them to belong to someone else.
Well, see, I'm that way with beagles.
Yeah, that's right. I'm getting that way like kittens, puppies. Yeah. I enjoy them, dogs, cats. But I really prefer it not to be my own.
Yeah. Do y'all know where there's a beagle?
Hey, I played with your dog today, and good luck to you.
Do y'all know where there's a beagle petting zoo?
I just smelled him break wind. I'm out. Do what?
Do you know where there's a beagle petting zoo close by? I'd like to just go and pet beagles and then go home.
Yeah.
I saw one at the boat show.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
24 and radio was such a bore. Every station that you heard sounded so lame. Then came two good old boys breaking through that static noise, and my radio ain't never been the same. It's a very funny thing how they make us laugh and sing. I'm so glad they proved all of those critics wrong. You got Rick and you got Bubba, man, there just ain't no other. From Alabama to the world, still going strong. Man, I love to sing that Rick and Bubba song.
Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba.
7 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsley, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix today. We'll meet back and play again this week. Your phone calls coming up this hour. We'll chat with you. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for tuning in to the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Cuomo got Governor Cuomo in New York. The updates on this story that we're already covering. Cuomo's made it clear that he will not resign. He is not going to quit amid these scandals, and he should not step down. And, Bubba, you were telling me about this before the show started. Now, this is odd because we know that Cuomo is a leftist. We know that Alec Baldwin is a leftist. Mm-hmm. It's odd to watch the left now say that you can't destroy people and people shouldn't be asked to step down on accusations alone. Because
hang on.
I just heard that in my headphones, and it sounded very odd.
Rick,
this is a shift of view on this topic.
Yeah. It was anti-democratic to step down because the people elected him, and just because there's been allegations, that doesn't mean that anything actually happened. He said, let the investigations go. Actually, he makes the due process argument that we were making when people on the right were being accused by it.
You talking about when there was an appointed Supreme Court justice? That's one of the more recent ones. And if I remember, now maybe I'm just not remembering it right, okay? The people had elected Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump, the people gave him the authority to appoint Supreme Court justices. Am I correct? Do I have that right?
Mm-hmm.
But when the appointee that the president who was elected by the people appointed, someone made an allegation. I'm just trying to remember if I remember this right.
Mm-hmm.
The left began to scream, the woman should be considered to be correct and honest, and we work back from there. Doesn't matter if it's an accusation. If an accusation from a woman about this is made, we must say to her, we hear you, we validate you, and we believe you.
Correct.
Until proven
well,
otherwise.
This goes back to this goes
right.
Y'all remember this right?
This goes all the way back to Judge Thomas and his confirmation here.
Well, I mean,
it's gone on a long time.
Yeah, I was just this one I'm talking about now wasn't that long ago.
No.
And so we were heard, and then we had the I must be heard, and I must be validated, and then if you can prove I'm wrong, that's how we work. It's not innocent till proven guilty. When a woman makes an accusation of sexual misconduct against a man, especially a man in power and authority, then that woman is to be believed unless that man can prove she's lying.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, that's not what we're doing with Cuomo.
Mm-mm.
Cuomo says he's not stepping down, and Bubba said he says it's anti-democratic.
Well,
all along, people elected him,
all along,
not politicians.
Rick,
he said.
And while these are serious charges and it's a serious topic, and it shouldn't be taking place, and we should do all we can to stop it, you still have to follow due process under American law. I mean, that's just – but for some reason at that point they thought that it had a special place, that you didn't follow that anymore. They actually reversed it like you were talking about. But now that all of that's out there and this has come home to roost on the other side, now all of a sudden we want due process again.
I will say this, the left has been successful. If you notice, we're talking more about these these women coming forward than we are what he did in the nursing homes, which that plan is playing out. But I think, was this number 5, Greg? Is it 6? 5?
5 I know of now.
5.
And what was funny, one of them, I don't know if it was on The View or who, had said, the next 2 weeks are important. We've got one accuser. We'll see if more come forward. If more come forward, it'll be a more serious topic. Well, you've had more come forward.
Right, and then Alec Baldwin.
He did. He went on some 14-minute Twitter rant about Woody Allen and Cuomo and hey, we need to investigate and this cancel culture when it comes to sexual harassment. It was just bizarre. It was just.
But he and all those on the left created the cancel culture. I actually believe that everyone should experience due process. I don't believe that mobs should be allowed to come and demand something and no one get due process. And the minute somebody makes an accusation, you are automatically guilty of it. You ought to have your day to prove that they were falsely accusing you of this, and they have the right to prove that what they said happened.
Yeah.
And until all that is cleared up, people should be able to go on about their business until their day in court is over. That's what we did at one time, but it's the left who changed that, and now they're caught in their own trap, and they want to go back to the original. But we can't do that. We got to decide. And then here he is. Here's now Chris Cuomo on CNN. Now he's in trouble because he's made a joke about being black on the inside.
The Cuomo brothers.
That's how he ended his show, Rick.
So he ended the show, handed it over to Don Lemon by singing the theme to Good Times. And, of course, Don Lemon laughs awkwardly and drops his eyes down and asks Chris Cuomo if he knew the words to the series because it's about a black family living in a public housing project in Chicago. And then Chris Cuomo says, well, I'm black on the inside. I don't think that's any big deal, but in the society we're in now, apparently it's a really big deal because now everybody's mad at it.
Mm-hmm.
So the Cuomo brothers, they're just staring to behind.
Let's act like Tucker was pitching to Sean Hannity and said that.
Ooh, now.
You.
Watch it.
So I don't know. Do you think the left is ready to just, over on the fire of them? You know how sometimes you look at people on your team, you say, I'm sorry, we're going to have to sacrifice you. Are they about to take the Cuomo brothers and throw them over on the heap fire?
I think if they keep piling on like they are, we just keep having people coming forward, they're eventually going to have to do that.
Right.
Whether they want to.
But right now,
Rick, you don't understand.
But Cuomo says he's not stepping down.
No way.
Because you don't step down over accusations because that's anti-democratic.
That's right.
But
especially 5 of them.
But he did not feel that way when it was someone who was conservative.
Yeah, trust me, I don't think anybody named Cuomo is going to step down from anything. And two, Rick, you got to remember the far left thinks that their mission is so moral in what they're doing.
Of course,
and their sense of justice and fairness is so superior to all the rest of us. They will do whatever they have to do because the ends justifies the means.
Yeah. I mean, the world's just better off with them, so whatever has to be done has to be done.
Because, if Cuomo becomes president one day, what he's going to do to protect women's rights, wait a minute, what he will do to, you run into this problem, but he's electable.
Well,
he has a face that people know.
But, Bubba, remember the left.
Some people know it better than others.
Right. Well, remember the left has given us all kinds of pioneers of women's right and the treatment of women.
Right.
John F. Kennedy, Bill Clinton.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
These
are some all-stars.
It
is an all-star team.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
They have Ted Kennedy, an advocate for women's rights.
Mm-hmm. Unless you're in a pool somewhere.
So the left, if there's a topic they have a little issue with, it's women. They got a real issue on that side. We're the party of women. Well, you've had a lot of parties with women.
Yeah. Well, now that goes.
Your phone calls are next. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We go phone trolling right after this. If you want to get in, now's the time to move.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. 30 seconds a pop. 10 lines blazing. The Rick and Bubba audience ready to speak and bring up topics they want to talk about.
Directory assistant, Jericho 212.
And then the old buzzer sounds, and then we'll move to the next caller. Lines are available. Harry Murdahl lining those up now. If you call, half are full and half are available, so move now, America. Let's start with Scott in Tuscaloosa. Scott, 30 seconds. Go, buddy. How you doing?
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I just wonder, you guys are syndicated all over the place. You're known far and wide, and I'm just wondering, have you ever asked liberals how stupid can you get in a rhetorical way, but they took it as a personal challenge?
It sounds like it. Let's go to Dallas out of Birmingham, Alabama. Listen to ZZK. Dallas.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So I saw a bizarre story this weekend of a photographer over there in the UK. It took a picture of a ship that looks like it's levitating. I was wondering if Bubba had seen that.
Yeah, I did. I saw it. It's a weather phenomenon, and the way the fog and the clouds and the water all went together, it's a real optical illusion. But it does look like it's levitating. But trust me, it's not.
Yes,
Okay.
We would have a story.
Yeah.
Carson and Jasper. Carson, go ahead.
Did you see about the Biden story where he talked about Indian Americans and how they're taking over America, and talked about the vice president about how she's Indian and she's taking over America?
No, Carson, I haven't heard any of that.
I saw the headline of the story, but honestly, I read so many of those odd headlines every day. You almost think, well, yeah.
Is this some? Yeah, is this some story we dug up on Biden from his past or something? Or what are we talking about?
I don't know.
I have not heard. Carson, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking
Google
about.
Biden and Indian America.
Rome, Georgia. Go ahead. You're on.
Hey. Y'all are killing me with that in this the looking for the city song.
Yes.
And I'm about like Greg right now, that I'd rather watch a dog eat her puppies than to hear that song one more time.
Looking for a city where we'll never die.
Go, Denise.
Where there's ain't a million.
Sing it, Denise.
Never say goodbye.
Everybody.
There we'll meet our Savior, and our love was true.
One more time.
Come, our Holy Spirit, for our homes renewed.
There it is.
That high note right there, it just runs down your spinal cord like a piece of cold ice.
Don't forget, he's going to jump one more time.
Oh, I know. He's got one more.
We're going to climb again. Joe in Dublin.
Well, he's basically wore them out.
Joe, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, y'all. Good to talk to y'all again. Look, quick story. Hey, Sunday morning I got up out of the house to go out and get in my truck and go to church.
Mm-hmm.
And you wouldn't believe what was on the radio station.
What?
The Rick and Bubba show, and you eating green eggs and ham.
What a way to ride to church.
Is this Gary?
Hey, I've been listening to y'all 15 years, and I've never...
Thank you, man. You've never heard us do green eggs and ham? 15 years?
That was a good reading this year,
We've
too,
probably
Rick.
done it every year you've been listening. Well, I'm glad you finally got to hear it. Mark in Birmingham, listen to ZZK.
What
Mark,
a ride to church.
Mark, go ahead. Yeah, that'll get you.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, man, y'all were talking about that Coming to America sequel earlier.
Yes.
And I tried to watch it, and there's all the you're talking about toning down the jokes and such, and to fit in better with the times, I guess. But the whole premise of the movie, the reason that he's got an heir, is apparently he was date raped when he was in America in the 80s. Like, how did that make it past the pitch meeting?
What? Well, he didn't remember the episode.
Yeah.
And it's I think his term was that some nice lady had shared her local herbs with him, and the next thing he knew, there was a wild animal running through the room. And when he is trying to remember this episode, it's
So the guy's actually right. The way he's describing it. Technically. I mean,
I don't want to give a movie away.
So Mason in Columbiana. Mason, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, y'all were talking about Cuomo earlier and how, he's not going to step down and everything. Man, do y'all remember when y'all was kids and it's like on Thanksgiving and everybody's in the kitchen, everybody's cooking, and you got grandma over there saying, "Hey, come here," and you just sit in the kitchen with everybody, and you just licking on the spoon or whatever mama's cooking or grandma's cooking or whatever, and you ain't leaving. That's about how Cuomo's done. He ain't leaving anytime soon.
Okay, I didn't know where we were going. Tell you.
Refusing to leave.
That plane kept circling.
Yeah.
Circling. And I was like,
Somebody get that thing on the deck. We're running out of fuel.
Let's get this baby on the ground.
Maverick, land your plane.
Maverick. So
we're going to help him. Go.
Let's go to Cynthia.
Is that movie ever coming out?
July 2nd. Cynthia, go ahead.
Yes, I was calling about the song y'all just sung.
What now?
This next song. What now?
What did you just say?
I said I love the song that y'all just sang. The Christian song.
Looking for a city where we'll never die. Where the saint in millions never say goodbye. There we'll meet our Savior.
So, Cynthia, do you think that sounds good?
Well, I like the speed of it because a lot of Baptist churches place it a little bit slower. But my husband and I pastored Empire Church of God, and sometimes when we sing old songs, it's seldom. I always want to sing that song, and my husband just about dies because he said it takes his breath. But I love it. So y'all continue to play it.
Good to hear from Mrs. Knupp today.
Yeah.
Golly.
Cynthia.
Look, y'all.
Okay.
She likes the tempo that he sings.
Rick, I can't put that in joyous noise category no matter how hard I push.
What Cynthia may want to do next time they're having like a prayer service, maybe have somebody pray over her inability to her struggle with tone deafness.
To hear it all.
Well, Cynthia, come here. Let me put my hands on your ears and everybody pray with me. It's well.
What is she thinking?
I expect somebody to come and say, "Stop ruining a good song." I didn't know what she would say. Tell you what, I like that tempo.
Well, that tempo is one thing. Tone is something else.
It is. Abby and Gadsden Z93. Abby, go ahead.
I was going to say that I watched Coming to America 2 this weekend, and I had not seen or heard about the first one. And I was going to say I was highly entertained. I didn't necessarily think it was a good movie, but it was very entertaining. The dance and the costumes, and I laughed. So I thought it was okay.
You never seen the first one.
I think they invented some new jewelry I don't think's ever been out there before. But I think you'll see it catching on now.
Do y'all realize how low the standard is now? We're excited about something that was okay.
It was okay. It was all right.
Not overly entertaining.
Wasn't a very good movie.
Not a very good movie, but okay.
I enjoyed it.
I'm celebrating the okayness of it. Thought it was somewhat not bad.
We just had somebody back to back say when they liked
so low.
They like James Knupp and they like that movie.
No wonder this show's still on the air.
That's a great point.
Heard your show? Not fantastic. But not to the point of hatred.
Somewhat entertaining.
Somewhere in there.
Every now and then I chuckle.
It was not repulsive. Thank you.
Hadn't wet my pants yet.
Bottom of the hour, more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Ancestry.com/Bubba ties nicely into our next story here. If you want to change the whole way you look at your family history, get the folks at Ancestry.com/Bubba to help you. Remember, the story of your family is also the story of you. And you can find out so much more using the Ancestry DNA kits. And you can get one right now. No other DNA test delivers such a unique, interactive experience. Do you really want to know the true origin of your family, your true ethnicity? Then the DNA kits from Ancestries.com will get you, a lot more detail. And, of course, they've got just all kinds of family trees, and they can work to give you the story of your family, what regions your family lived in, where did they come from, geographic details about your history. Get your free kit right now. Really easy to start. And go to Ancestry.com/Bubba. That's Ancestry.com/Bubba. We'll get an Ancestry DNA kit and start a free trial to amplify your discoveries with access to their billions of records. Just go to Ancestry.com/Bubba to get your DNA kit, or go to rickandbubba.com. You'll find the link right there under sponsors. All right, so here's what's going on with the guy that called in and asked us, about what we heard about Biden and what he had to say, and we're kind of following the story. So here's Joe Biden here.
Where did he go? He's hiding in the basement. Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
So President Biden on Thursday made one of his most head-turning comments. This is last Thursday since being sworn in, when he told an Indian-American aerospace engineer that immigrants from the subcontinent are taking over the U.S. And here is his comment. Go ahead.
I just want you to know. Are you kidding me? What an honor this is. This is an incredible honor. And it's amazing. Indian descent Americans are taking over the country. You, my vice president, my speechwriter, Vinay, I tell you what. But thank you. You guys are incredible.
Oh, wow.
I thought...
What are you talking about? Y'all taking over America.
Well, he sounds like he's really got it all together.
Yeah, doesn't he have it together?
If you notice when he gets hung up, he'll like shut his eyes and try to get it
a long blank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Biden seemed to seemingly be tone deaf, like James Canup and Cynthia from Gadsden, in an effort at levity before telling the NASA group that diversity in the U.S. allows for the betterment of every single solitary culture.
I have to ask a question. It's just, I'm sorry for not being that smart, but is he back to saying that Kamala is Indian American now, or is she?
I think
Kamala,
because I know at one time
she got
she
some
was
Jamaican, right?
She
Right.
checks a lot of boxes when you come to this,
because I know
like
she,
all the rest of it.
Well, the reason why,
well
the reason why, Speedy, he's confused is you can go back and Kamala Harris was awarded for the advancement of Indian Americans, and they used her as an example when she became the DA in California. Is that right?
yeah, and then a senator later.
Senator, maybe that's when it was.
What did Bubba think about it?
And then
Kamala.
And then she became the first African American female vice president.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So
or of color, or they call her of color. Or
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, Greg, easy. I thought. Wait a minute. No, colorblind is something that we were told that we were trying to achieve, and now to be colorblind is to be racist. Unless you talk too much about color, then you're racist as well.
I don't know.
So anyway, it's a lot. It's tough to follow.
Color this, color that.
But you could tell the thing we keep talking about. Joe is, guys. We've all been through this with aging parents and grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's you can tell he can tell he knows he needs to do something right here, and he's trying to pick the right words, and he just can't quite get it together.
Yeah.
And I'll go this far. I think that he means well with it. I don't think he's trying to be derogatory.
No, he wasn't.
But I
thought he was making a really good point.
But he's kind of falling all over himself and just kind of it's the
Rick. Remember, our job now is to protect Joe,
right?
For at least 3.5, 4 years.
Can I watch it again? Watch where he realizes he needs to do something, but it just comes out all wrong.
Right.
I just want you to know.
Watch the eye show.
Are you kidding me? What an honor this is. This is an incredible honor. And it's amazing. Indian descent Americans are taking over the country. You, my vice president, my speechwriter, Vinay, I tell you what. But thank you. You guys are incredible.
Tell you what.
Do you think Jeff Dunham ever in his wildest dreams thought when he made the puppet Walter that we would actually have a U.S. president look exactly like him?
All that's missing from this is him screaming out he has black friends.
Right.
Yeah.
I got black friends. I mean that's what.
Hairy legs.
It's in that saying, hairy legs. And the Indian Americans, y'all taking over this country. I have Indians around me. I mean, it's just
78 years old.
Yeah, it just
78.
There you go, Jeff.
Yeah. So look at Walter side by side.
There they are.
Look at that split screen right there.
It's impressive.
Wow,
that's amazing.
It really, really is.
You know, this is not the first time he has mentioned Indian Americans before. He said in 2006, while a senator, in Delaware, the largest growth of population is Indian Americans moving from India. You cannot go into a 7-Eleven or Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent. I'm not joking.
I remember that statement.
Unquote. Joe Biden.
I remember
That's
that.
when he still had his mind.
Yeah. Yeah, very well said, Greg. So anyway, thank you, Joe. It's president, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Boy.
I guarantee you.
Hairy legs.
Hairy legs.
We the people. That's we the people in
We the
action.
people. Right.
There it is.
Well, we also
they love each other.
They love each other, Joey.
Here in 1953.
Totally fabricated. Did not happen. 100% didn't happen.
I think anytime he goes to Joey, that's all made up.
Well, if you've noticed, though, the history of the left, the Clintons were famous, especially Hillary. They'll just make up something that Kamala Harris does it. She acts like she's always at the forefront of some monumental moment, and you're like, I don't think you were there. I don't think that really happened. No, your last name, your dates doesn't work here.
Maybe like the rest of it, just trying to get through it.
You probably weren't named Hillary after him since you were born before he did that. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like these inconvenient, date lines.
Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh, they now have looked on the Florida death certificate, and I tell you what, this is fantastic. Rush leaves one behind for us here. You look on his death certificate, and his occupation is described as the greatest radio host of all time.
That's funny. That is a good one.
What a good one. What a good one on the way out. I don't know who did that, but props to you.
Let me tell you what, that's a good one right there. And the left will just have a blast with
can't
it.
believe
They'll
it.
love that so much. They're so glad he's dead.
Oh,
and
they're still celebrating.
But you know what? At least this time they're being consistent. They have not cared much about the value of human life for a long time.
No.
So they certainly don't mind, piling on when someone dies at Rush's age, especially. But I love how they want you to suffer too, because they're so kind and nice.
Yeah.
And just so above board.
Right.
Hey, when they go low, we go high.
Rick, when we come back, we have a breaking story of national importance. The naked cowboy has been arrested in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Breaking news. For being in his underwear in public. We'll take a look at it, Greg. We come back.
Well, I guess we can't call him. Is he still in?
What about when he got attacked? That guy gave him that wedgie. Y'all remember that? We had that footage. That attack, they were ripping his underwear.
Came out of nowhere.
Yeah. What's up to at your job today, Speed? All right, we'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up with this story.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Thank you for being with us today. Final phone calls of the hour coming in and looking at some stories. Of course, we went to the break. Bubba said the Naked Cowboy's been arrested in Daytona Beach. Is that right?
Rick, the Naked Cowboy, the world's greatest entertainer, 50 years old, was booked into the county jail on Saturday and charged with aggressive panhandling and resisting arrest.
Aggressive panhandling.
Aggressive
Yeah, a video has been posted to Facebook showing the famed New York City performer being detained. Burke had been in Daytona Beach for its annual Bike Week event. He said he told the judge that he was arrested while playing his guitar on the street. The judge dismissed the panhandling charge and Burke pleaded no contest to the count of resisting arrest. He was sentenced to time served and ordered to pay $223 in court costs.
So he's free now.
He is free now.
So they don't like you singing for money down there? Is that it?
They said, and Rick,
there's a video
aggressive.
There's a video of it online.
He's handcuffed.
And
in
watch,
his
this is
underwear.
a female police officer who is pushing him up against a car, and because he spun around like he did, they said that was resisting arrest. I don't know about that. I've seen some that was a lot more resistive that didn't get charged at all. I guess he's trying to protect his guitar there because his hands are cuffed behind him, and she's kind of throwing that guitar around a little bit.
Yeah, let's get the guitar off of him and cuff him.
Look, honey, if you're going to do all that, at least leave a tip.
Yeah, it's...
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Rick, they said a small crowd had gathered chanting, "Free the Cowboy."
All right, now, is that cowgirl over to the right that's heckling the police officer?
Yeah, I believe it is.
In the cowboy hat there?
You see her in the
She's
Uncle
got
Sam hat.
Yeah, she's got a guitar as well.
Yeah.
I don't know about all that.
What if it's hurt his oyster sales? You know, he's in the oyster.
No,
Right, Greg, I know. Just the way you said that.
Greg, controversy continues to just move oysters.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
So anyway, so that's that looks like the.
You know what that means? I've got to text him, "Free the Cowboy."
Oh yeah. So what?
Oh, please don't get that going.
$200 and something and he's out.
Yeah.
This pandemic's hurt his business. He's
Did
got
you
to
see
get out there.
the amount of bikers that's entering Daytona right
Oh yeah,
now?
they were saying they were preparing for that. I don't guys, do you get the point? I know even like in our own state here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I know that the governors and all that, and a lot of them think they're sharp, and they think that they're actually going to telling you when you can and can't do things. I picked up just in my life over the past weekend. I know our governor may have extended it to April 9th, but I think everybody said, we're done.
I think everybody went ahead and said, I don't think so.
I don't think anybody's listening to that. And what I'm talking about is I even encountered a place where you would think that announcement would have mattered and not mattered. And I asked directly, do I need to wear this mask? And they said, if you want to. It's totally up to you. And there was a time that wasn't the case.
Yeah.
I think people were just kind of like, we're done.
Yeah, I told Betty after, and we saw a tremendous amount of people out this weekend at the three places we were at, and I told her you sense there's just a tidal wave behind a pasture fence, and it's just about to break loose no matter what.
Yeah, I think that extension, in my opinion, has been ignored.
The warm weather, the numbers coming down. I mean, people are really tired. A lot of them feel like they have done their part, and they're kind of done with it, honestly.
Daytona Beach, where we saw Naked Cowboy.
I didn't say that, but that's what I sense.
No, brother, I agree with you 100%. I'm not making an opinion one way or the other. I'm simply saying the people are done.
Yeah.
And they think, you know why? Because they think they've done their part. Because we remember, and I heard people talking about it over the weekend, Bubba, you mentioned it on Friday or Thursday, whatever day we were talking about it, and you're right. Everybody said, we did all these things to protect people, to flatten the curve and not overwhelm the hospitals. We have flattened the curve, and we're not overwhelming the hospitals. It's almost like somebody told you, we're going to put you in jail, and if you do this, 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 and this, you'll be let out of jail. And you did all those things, and they said, just stay in there a little bit longer. And everybody said, you kind of told me I was getting out. Mm-hmm. Bubba, remember your ordeal with the braces?
Oh, yeah.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Well,
somebody told you, they gave you a goal, and they said, if you can get to here, whatever you're trying to stop or start.
Right.
And they say, if you do that, you can either start it or we'll stop doing that. And then you did it, and they said, nah, a little bit longer. And I think people say, I'm out.
I was a pretty good kid, but that was one time that I'd kind of reached my breaking point.
But wasn't that your mentality? I'm supposed to accomplish these things and I'll be set free?
Y'all told me if I do this for a certain amount of time, and I knew, because I knew the game, that, hey, we're going to get there. Well, if you just go a little bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
So we did that twice, and on the third one, I said, "Nip, we're done. Let's take it off here, or I can get it off."
Mm-hmm.
Boy, I got some looks from Mama Bus on that one.
So you got
that
was probably your most defiant moment as a young person.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was bad. We had a scene there in the doc's office.
Did you get in trouble at home and stuff?
You know what? I think that I probably was beginning to get in trouble, and I think I won the case. There's probably only 2 arguments I ever won. That was one of them.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of wins either.
Not many. I mean, I was like 2 and 300. You know, but that was one of them.
Do you think if you had gone longer, your teeth had not been like ski rope?
No,
flossing.
It would look. They were going to go that way anyway.
Okay, yeah. Well, they're solved now. It's all done.
Well, I mean, we put the picket fence up.
Right.
Nobody knows what's behind the fence.
Yeah. I guess who cares? Right. You know, as long as they work.
The window dressing looks good.
Right. Because it's like what I say about placebo. Well, I didn't really work, and it's just placebo. Well, it's still working. I don't care how it's working.
Yeah. Sadly,
if I mentally have done this, then this is what it took for me to get there.
And then sadly, Betty has caught the echo of that, or the harmonic of that, if you would, later in life when our kids came up, because they started, I thought, way early, wanting to put braces on.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, well, isn't this kind of early? And they go, well, we might put them on again later. So, we're not doing 2 rounds. An hour later, you pick. And then whatever. And I said, tell me. And I gave him the story. I said, tell me realistically what we're talking about, because I'm going to hold you to it. Mm-hmm. I feel like you ought to have accountability like I do.
Yeah.
I'm going to pay the bill, but we're going to go as long as you say we should go now. Well, I don't know. Well, I can't promise you I'm not going to rip them off either. So,
well, no,
we gotta come together on this.
I realize I probably have found the best analogy of, I think, the way people feel about the mask thing. I think they're look. We did what you asked us to do, and it's here, and it's been accomplished. We're done. We're not doing it anymore.
We've done our part. It's time that we get back to normal. Y'all pushed your control on us. Some of you've got a little out of hand. And now it's time to cut us loose. So let's go.
I saw the lieutenant governor of Texas that you like so much. He was replying to Biden's comment about Neanderthals. And he said, look, we're just releasing the mandate. You can still wear them if you want to.
It's called freedom.
Yeah.
Our businesses can.
It's called personal responsibility, freedom. These are odd concepts.
Yeah.
But look, I don't fault them for what they did to begin with, because we didn't know what we were dealing with.
No.
We don't. None of us. No one. This is the second time they've been through a pandemic. We hadn't had it. I know there's been some little ones out there, but I mean ones that really counted. So it was a learning curve. We have learned a lot. We know we can survive it. We know how to treat it better. We know who it targets. And we've got vaccines, we got therapeutics now to treat this a whole lot better. So it's time we get back to our life, and you get your hands off of us.
Yeah, and I don't know why in our state, there's various reasons why it was extended to April the 9th. And, did she listen to Bubba? Is she playing politics because it looked like the lieutenant governor was trying to tell her what to do? I don't know why are we extended it, and there's certainly no scientific reason to do it. But I think it's been ignored. I think the Alabama people said,
Mm-hmm. Well, I saw people with masks on; they just wouldn't wear them.
Right. Well,
a lot of them had them around their neck.
Well,
if you're outside, the science says it's outside. You ought to be fine.
I saw things everywhere over the weekend though that are different than they used to be.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's definitely a shift in attitude.
What I'm saying is, these people were living one way, and they were told to continue to live that way, and they're not doing it. I saw that as plain as day over the weekend.
Yeah.
So you're not mandating it here anymore? No, we're not.
Well, like I said, the list of things
you do it if you want to.
We also have history. We know how long the Spanish flu ran, and this seems to be tracking very close to it.
Right. So I saw that a number of places, and the politicians can do what they want to do, but I think the people think they did what they were asked to do, and they're ready to. Mm-hmm. And that doesn't mean people aren't still going to get sick, and it doesn't mean that they won't.
Yeah, and we don't need to be foolish, but I am glad to see the American people pushing their freedom a little bit.
Yeah, and personal responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is the number. We're wrapping up our time together. for a lot of you. And if that's the case, Lord willing, we'll talk to you tomorrow. If the way you're catching the content today, you got more coming up, well, then enjoy it. Find out how all that works by going to Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba.